1, 2, 3, 4.
Rules Committee to come to order. Good evening, and thank you very much for being with us today. The committee will consider three bills. H.R. 1735, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2016. H.R. 2048, the USA Freedom Act, and H.R. 36, the Pain Capable Unborn Child Protection Act. H.R. 1735 is the annual primary legislation vehicle by which the United States Congress advances the funding and authorizes the United States military requirements. We will only have general debate on NDAA today, so I ask that all members to reserve their questions and comments about amendments that would be to NDAA for tomorrow's hearings. And I know we've had a number of members who have come up here, and we've tried to politely tell them, you can stay if you wish, but tomorrow will be the discussion about the amendments. Today is about general debate. H.R. 2048 would prohibit bulk data collection while providing the tools necessary to combat threats to our national security. H.R. 36 would prohibit abortions with exceptions that we will discuss at the point at which scientific evidence shows that an unborn child can feel pain. With these three bills before the Rules Committee today, we have a number of members who will be here to testify, and I want to recognize first the gentleman from Clairton, Texas, the young chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Mac Thornberry, as well as the ranking member from the state of Washington, Adam Smith, who is my dear friend, who I am well aware is still in recovery from surgery, and with the understanding that after he makes these remarks, he has difficult time staying in place. Mr. Courtney would be allowed, without exception, to come up to take your place at any time that you decide that that is necessary, Mr. Smith. And so I've discussed this with Mr. Courtney, and the ranking member is well aware of this also. So I thank you both for being here. Before we get started, I also recognize that Mr. Polis, who is not here yet, has a birthday, I've been advised. So happy birthday, Mr. Polis, for being, as I'm told, 40 years old today. And so when he comes in, I'm sure we'll have a chance to say happy birthday to him. Before we go to our witnesses, I'd like to defer to the gentlewoman. The last time I was in this committee room about a week ago, I spent a couple hours as we were here for the public hanging of Louise Slaughter's official portrait, and it was really one of the most warm and genuine events that we've had. You made our life a whole lot better in the Rules Committee, and I'd like to now defer to the gentlewoman.
You know, you didn't give up a couple of hours. You gave up your office for the entire day. It was so generous of you. You were so gracious. And I want you all to know that in my husband's honor, he wore a bow tie. And I was so touched by that. It was just really wonderful. The ceremony was great. My grandchildren were here. It's funny to see yourself in a thing on the wall like that. Intimidating beyond belief.
It was an awesome
so?
portrait. Oh, I think it's powerful.
Well, it's powerful. I'm standing like this, and it's sort of like, move over, guys. I'm coming up on the wall.
You are.
I'll think of it as in that way.
You know, 16 by 40, it was a big one also. 16 feet by 40 feet. So we'll just put that whole wall
Let's
there.
just make a mural out of it.
There you go. That was
okay.
Something like that.
All right. It's pretty nice to be the only woman to ever chaired this committee since 1789. I'm very proud of that.
You should be.
Appreciate the opportunity of being able to do that. So thank you so much. Appreciate your generosity and appreciate you members who came by. Thank you so much. It's lovely.
Good. Thank you.
And
Congratulations.
I will bring the rhubarb pie.
As that was kind of part of the deal
It's
last
kind of an
year, and
inside
we're gonna
joke up
redo it
here
again
that,
this year. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We're
Thank
delighted
you.
that both of you are here, and obviously I know that both of you are trying to get your job done. You got other things to do. However, it's important that we begin this process with a general debate to make sure we understand what's in the bill and why we would be in discussion about that. And Mr. Smith, I don't know if you want to go first.
Nope.
Mr. Thornberry, all right, without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered the record. I know that, but he's also a dear friend of yours and recognizes some of the limitations. Great.
You doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
You want some water? We should offer him some water.
Well, there's public hanging in here last time, so I'm not sure what gets better. The gentleman from Clairton, Texas, chairman of the committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members. I appreciate very much the chance to be here with my partner on this committee, whom I greatly respect and am grateful for our working relationship to testify on H.R. 1735, the National Defense Authorization Act for FY 2016. I'm also grateful for the contributions that all members have made on our committee. We're the largest committee in the Congress with 63 members. And I've got to say, all members on both sides of the aisle have made significant contributions. And the way the world is getting more difficult and complex and in many ways dangerous, we need everybody to be contributing, and they certainly are. For 53 straight years, Congresses of both parties have passed, and presidents of both parties have signed into law National Defense Authorization Acts. As is typical, this year's bill deals with everything from the pay and benefits for our military to weapons and equipment decisions to a variety of national security policy issues. I'd just like to emphasize, I guess, 3 points generally about the bill. One is that no one, including me, likes everything in it. But members of both parties were able to overcome differences on specific provisions because of their overriding feeling, I think, of responsibility under the Constitution to do what the Constitution asks us to do on national security. So after a markup of 18 and a half hours, considering 264 amendments, which kind of sounds like things y'all do, this bill was reported out of committee by a vote of 60-2. So we had one member of each party who voted against it, but everybody else supported it. And I hope we can have a similar result in the House. It's important for us to keep our eye on the bigger picture of what's happening in the world and to remember that men and women serving, risking their lives depend on us to do our job at least as well or with as much dedication as they do their job. So I hope that's the result. Second point I'd just make in a general way is that this bill authorizes spending at a level that is consistent with the President's budget request and with the Congressional Budget Resolution. Now, there are obviously differences about how some of that money gets categorized. How much is OCO, how much is not. And I recognize that discussion will continue, and it will be decided at a level that is certainly beyond this committee's jurisdiction. But the point I want to emphasize is that when you add it together, we match exactly what the President asked for. And it is that level that we received testimony from General Dempsey, among others, is the lower ragged edge of what is required to defend the country. So we met that lower ragged edge. Admittedly, there are differences about the categories you put the money into, but the bottom line is it was met, and every bit of it in the OCO, out of the OCO, is authorized program by program. There have been conversations that OCO is just a big pot of money. We didn't do that, certainly this year. All of the OCO, whether requested as OCO or the OCO that the budget resolution added to meet base requirements, is all authorized. Last point I'd make is this. This bill also contains some significant reforms. And I think it is essential for us to keep pushing on reform of the military, really for 2 reasons. One is we all have an obligation to get better value for the money we spend, or the taxpayers' money we spend on their behalf. The second reason is the world is changing more rapidly and the threats are coming at us faster and faster. We have to be more agile to deal with those threats that are coming at us at a faster and faster pace. So if it takes us 20 years to field a new airplane, that airplane is going to be outdated by the time it gets fielded, much less something like cyber that is moving at the speed of light. So we have reform in 3 areas. One is acquisition, to improve the way that we buy goods and services. We have reform in personnel, where we did something in 11 of the 15 recommendations of the Personnel Commission. And thirdly, we reduce overhead, which has been asked for by, I think, 15 think tanks from left to right all across the spectrum. Some people say, oh, you haven't reformed enough. Some people say, oh, you've reformed too much. You know, they're probably both right in some respects. But it is significant steps in the right direction, which I'm pleased to say we were able to do largely on a bipartisan basis. So, Mr. Chairman and members, as y'all consider H.R. 1735, I hope that at the appropriate time you'll consider an appropriately structured rule with appropriate waivers and allow Adam and I to agree to amendments in block, which has been key in us expeditiously moving this bill in the past. And with that, I would look forward to your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Very succinct, very well done. We appreciate that very much. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and the ranking member, as always, for your excellent leadership of this committee and for your hospitality when we come over. I also want to welcome Mr. Newhouse to the committee. I had the honor of serving in the Washington State Senate with his father, with what seems like 100 years ago now, and very, very honorable man, and we work closely together on a lot of issues, and happy to have him in Congress and on this committee, so welcome. I think there is a lot to like about this bill, and I want to start by thanking the chairman, particularly for his emphasis on reform and for his efforts to clean up the acquisition process, for his efforts to deal with overhead, things that people have been complaining about and that think tanks have been writing reports about for a long time. The chairman actually steps up and puts in this bill some changes that are going to at least start moving us in the right direction. And I will identify one challenge in that area. There's already been criticism that, oh, this is going to reduce oversight, this is going to, but here's the problem. We have so much oversight that it is costing us an enormous amount of money and delaying programs, and it is not serving the taxpayers. We need to figure out how to have the right amount of oversight, how to make sure it's effective, not just the sheer number of people who are responsible for it doesn't mean that it's working. In fact, there's considerable evidence that it's not. So we desperately need to make those reforms to get more out of the money that we are spending. I also think that, in prioritizing cyber and prioritizing special operations, when you look at the threat environment that we face, at the top of that list is the asymmetric threats. Mr. Thornberry and I had the honor of us working together on what was then the Terrorism Subcommittee, now the Emerging Threats Subcommittee. So I think an emphasis on cyber, an emphasis on special ops, an emphasis on surveillance and reconnaissance is reflected in this budget. And also, I just want to say one other thing about reform, putting in at least part of the recommendation of the Compensation Reform Committee, or the Personnel Reform Committee, is an excellent step. Those issues are, talk about a third rail in politics, but they need to be addressed. We've had countless studies on them, and I think it's very appropriate that we make changes to the retirement system that I think are advantageous to the service members and certainly advantageous to the DOD. So I think there have been a lot of positive steps in this bill. Obviously there are things that we've fought over for several years now. Guantanamo being the most prominent one, where I disagree with the direction of the committee. But the real problem this year is different, and the chairman mentioned it, and that is how it's funded. We need to get rid of the Budget Control Act. We need to get rid of the budget caps. The impact that those budget caps have had on defense since 2011, when it was implemented, have been profound, in part because of the cuts, and in part because of the controversy around them that has led to one government shutdown and countless continuing resolutions, so that there is no way to plan at the Pentagon for what amount of money you're going to have next year. We need once and for all to get rid of the budget caps, get rid of the Budget Control Act, put in place a more sensible budget so that defense can have some planning. Secretary of Defense Carter made very passionate testimony over in the Senate about how the OCO money doesn't do it. They do 5-year planning over at the Pentagon. OCO's 1-year money. How do you know if that 1-year money is going to be there the next year? It doesn't really help. And beyond that, it is not just the Department of Defense that has suffered under the Budget Control Act. It is all 11 other appropriations bills. It is housing, it is transportation, it is infrastructure, education. Those budget caps have had a devastating impact on the infrastructure of this country. And while I completely agree that it is the paramount duty of this government to protect the country, to provide for the common defense, it is also very important to make sure that we don't rot and fall apart from within. And when you look around the country at the infrastructure and the lack of money there, you can see that we are in danger of having that happen. So the problem is we Democrats have long said we cannot simply let defense out from under the budget caps and keep everything else under. And at the end of the day, this is sort of a fancy way of doing it, but that's what this does. It gives $38 billion more to defense, awkwardly, out of the OCO, so not in the best way possible, while leaving everything else behind. The president has said that he will veto this bill in its current form because of that budget issue. So we'll see what happens on the floor as we debate amendments, but it is going to be very difficult for Democrats and difficult for me to support the bill on the floor. We had hoped, as the budget process was sort of matching our process in committee, that we would come up with a better budget resolution. But as it stands right now, a budget resolution that keeps the Budget Control Act, keeps the budget caps in place for everything, and then finds a backdoor around for defense to give them $38 billion in a way that's not particularly helpful while leaving everything else behind, is not a budget that we're going to be able to support. And I wish that the President and the House and the Senate would sit down and have a conversation, because while it's true that the budget resolution only requires the House and the Senate, ultimately, to pass appropriations bills and to get them signed, the White House is going to have to be involved. And what I will tell you is this budget resolution with these budget caps will not work. We will be here in October, November, December, trying to resolve this because the President's not going to accept it. So that is the single biggest problem. I'd love to see that $38 billion added to defense. I agree with the President's budget number. I agree with the number we came up with. But doing it this way with OCO while leaving everything else behind is just not going to fly long term, and it jeopardizes the entire bill. So I hope that we'll address those broader budget issues. With that, I yield back, and I will yield this seat to Mr. Courtney to handle any questions or comments that come. And I thank you for the chance to testify.
Ms. Smith, thank you very much. Mr. Thornberry, my words back at you, Mr. Smith. You're still here. I don't want to say this to someone else, but I'd like the President to have an open mind about NDAA, and then where he disagrees in other bills, I'd like to see him then have his way. But I really do believe that NDAA, from a clean perspective, until we see what the bill looks like, I'd sure wish the President would keep an open mind. And that would be my wish and hope. And I think that until we see what the final bill looks like, one should really keep an open mind. We have lots of men and women that are in difficult positions and places. So that would be my request back to you as one of your colleagues in any advice that you give the President. I don't tend to try and suppose that he would agree or disagree with any of the other appropriations bills, but I think this one's pretty special, at least to start off with a wait-and-see attitude.
But understand that, it is clear that if we let defense go, there's simply no way the House and the Senate are going to address those other issues.
Well,
and that's...
You can have your own ideas. I'm simply saying I wish the President would hold an open mind until he saw what it is.
Well, I think discussions need to start sooner rather than later on exactly that issue, and that will agree.
I think you're a great person to be a part of that. Thank you very much. Mr. Thornberry, you've got several other important issues. You and I have spent a little bit of the afternoon talking about some of them that involve foreign countries and other ideas. Is there anything that you would wish to bring up that might be a good time to talk about them, or do we simply wait until we get to these amendments? We'll wait until we get to those amendments. I do respect the gentleman for that. Ms. Courtney, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Please do remember you need that green light on if you get a question out of this. Thank you very much. I would now yield time to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole. Mr. Cole's recognized.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you for your really hard and genuinely bipartisan work on this. I know we have a disagreement with the administration over the use of OCO funding, but back off a little bit. How close are you to what the president asked for in terms of total spending?
Mr. Cole, we exactly match the president's request. And I mentioned, I think maybe before you stepped into the room, that level is what General Dempsey and others of the Joint Chiefs have said is the lower ragged edge of what it takes to defend the country for fiscal year 16. And we match that level exactly. And the other thing we do is we authorize all of the OCO and non-OCO funds program by program so that we do line up exactly with what the president asked for. And so it, while I understand the concerns about using OCO and a lot of the criticisms that Mr. Smith made, I think are legitimate about not being able to plan and so forth. When you look at this bill for this coming fiscal year, they match precisely with what the president asked for.
Again, it's a little bit off point, but I can see where we will have differences on different appropriations bills. We always do. We had a couple in here 2 weeks ago which passed across the floor that actually had more money than last year, MilCon and energy and water. Not quite what the president wanted, but above last year's level. Certainly no sequester cut there, quite the opposite. They were plussed up. I happened to handle one of those bills on Labor H where we were below what we spent last year, certainly below what the president requested. I can understand the difference. I have a hard time understanding when you match dollar for dollar and program for program, and this is such an important issue, and we've got troops in the field right now. These other programs are all important. I'm not diminishing anybody, but it's not like that. It's not like we have men and women in harm's way, and we basically, we're quibbling over how we pay for something, but not over whether we pay for it. We're right on line. Has the administration given you any indication that they're willing to sign something like that? Save the fight for something else. Let's fight over something where we have a genuine disagreement instead of over one where we evidently have no, at least financial disagreement.
No, as a matter of fact, my impression, and this is just an impression, is that at least some people in the administration want to what they say is leverage defense to get more spending in other areas, which concerns me because, as you point out, we are talking about men and women today risking their lives in various places around the world. Without a National Defense Authorization Act, they don't get paid. There are at least 40 specific authorities that require a defense authorization bill in order to carry the program out or to carry the function out. And so to try to leverage that necessity to try to hope to get some spending in other areas, I can understand the desire for spending for medical research or whatever it is, but to leverage, to basically use these folks as pawns in that game, I think is wrong.
Yeah, and I don't want to deny you an opportunity if you want to say something, Mr. Courtney.
Sure. Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Cole.
Good to see you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me pinch hit. I would just simply point out that Secretary Carter, has pointed out the planning issue, which Adam mentioned before. But frankly, there are other concerns that he raised about the fact that, DOD's mission is not carried out just within the stovepipe of the DOD budget. For example, the Department of Homeland Security Coast Guard budget is critical in terms of escorting ships and submarines into ports all across the country. They are still subject to the spending caps. The shipbuilding budget for the Coast Guard, we have one functioning large icebreaker in the entire fleet of the Coast Guard. It's 50 years old. There's one other one, but they use it just to cannibalize for parts. And so, the shipbuilding account is just totally left stranded by this approach of just dealing with one department. The Office of Naval Reactors, which is the office that basically the nuclear Navy operates out of, they're funded not just by the Navy, they're also funded by the Department of Energy. All the reactor planning and construction that Admiral Richardson oversees in that office, again, is funded also by the Department of Energy. So you've got these imbalances that, when you talk about national defense, are still being sort of left unaddressed.
I think that's a
And-
more than fair and a very good point, and the same one the chairman made. But just for the record, in the case of, if I'm correct, on the nuclear issue and energy, that need was met. I mean, there's extra money in the energy and water bill that passed the floor last week. I think most of the administration's concerns there, which we share, were actually plussed up in that bill. That's one of the reasons why it came in above the sequester level. So, again, I'm mystified here. And again, I'm not trying to be critical. People are allowed to approach things in different ways. I've always thought in a negotiation, get the things that you agree on off the table. And you can usually find a way to work out the rest. I don't think this will work particularly well as leverage for anybody because we don't disagree. We agree with roughly the same amount. And look, I'm one of these ones that hope we get to a higher discussion. To my knowledge, I don't think the president's called for one, and I'll leave that to him and our leadership to know when the appropriate time is. I'm not being critical, but I would always be in the school of sooner rather than later in terms of these things. I think that discussion needs to happen. But here, I mean, I am mystified that we would fight over something where we're basically in agreement. And I understand these other issues, but I think on the defense parts of them, they'd all be sorted out in the respective bills. I really do. I think the country is trying to speak on one voice where this is concerned. Let me ask just one other question, if I may, and let both of you respond. We meet the needs for this year, the requests for this year. But Chairman, I asked you and asked my friend from Connecticut then, looking down the road, both of you have thought long and hard about defense, and we do have some disagreements looking at the president's budget and the Republican budget over what we should do in the out years. How do you see defense spending going in a rather uncertain world? And where do you think we ought to be headed to, if you look at the two respective budgets, do they have what we need? Now, obviously, you'll reassess that judgment every year, but as Mr. Courtney says, some of these things are years in the planning when you're talking about deploying weapon systems and modernizing base structures and what have you. It takes multi-year planning to do that.
Short answer, Mr. Cole, is no, I don't think we have what we need. To repeat again, this is the level General Dempsey says is the lower ragged edge of what we need this year. As you well know, as part of the QDR, Quadrennial Defense Review process, we set up an independent group of experts to look at kind of the broad direction of defense spending and programs called the National Defense Panel. They came back with their recommendation last year, which argued for significantly higher defense spending now and into the future. And I think part of that was informed by what's happening in the world. We have had testimony in our committee, the Senate has had testimony that at least since the end of World War II, and maybe ever, have we experienced so many complex national security threats all at the same time. So the traditional ones of great superpowers like Russia, China with nuclear capability have not gone away. But meanwhile, we have dueling terrorist organizations. We've got these rogue states of Iran, North Korea. We have cyber. We have outer space. Who did we send to deal with the Ebola crisis in Africa? We sent the military. So this huge array of challenges is not going to go away or get simpler. It's going to get more complicated. Now, that does not mean we solve everything just with more money. That's part of the reason I put such an emphasis on agility. And I think it is our responsibility, as well as the other committee you serve on, to try to make better use of taxpayer resources and to make sure that we are agile enough to deal with this broad array and the stuff we don't see coming. There are threats we cannot predict. But we can't do that with lower resources. So if you put it all together and count inflation, defense has been cut 21% in the last 4 years. That's what's happened. And the world is not 21% safer than it was 4 years ago. As a matter of fact, I think it's the opposite. So I think we're going to have to have reasonable increases in defense spending in the coming years, but we also have to do our work to try to get the most out of each of those dollars.
I would really just second what the chairman's comments are. I mean, I would just sort of throw in the Asia-Pacific, emerging threat, which, there's so many to tick off that that was sort of left out. But and the Sea Power Subcommittee, which I'm ranking member of, I mean, that's obviously a huge focus in terms of the shipbuilding account. And, Mr. Byrne is on that subcommittee, and I think, he would confirm the fact that, when you look at a 30-year shipbuilding plan where we are right now, we got challenges ahead, particularly with the recapitalization of the ballistic submarine program. So, but frankly, to me, that sort of is why, again, everything the chairman said about the quadrennial defense review, the challenges that we're facing, the external threats, but the bottom line is that you can't even sort of begin to really, I think, get serious about addressing that until we get this Budget Control Act chainsaw, turned off. And that's really what I think is motivating Adam's comments that we're here this evening. It is not about trying to challenge whether or not the chairman's, perspective in terms of threats and our nation's challenges are off base. I think there's total agreement.
Yeah, I had the great privilege my first 6 years to serve on that committee before I went to appropriations, where I get to serve on defense approps. And I have to say it's one of the most bipartisan committees in Congress. I mean, I always appreciate a night long of debate and argument. I guess you guys went to like 4 or 5 in the morning, and if it's a typical defense bill, it passed out like 62-1 or something like that. But that tells you how you reach comedy on that committee continually and have under successive chairmen of both parties. So it's a pretty special place. Let me just end with this, and it's a comment, not a question. Look, I understand the president's concern over the BCA. And in full disclosure, I voted for it because we were all told sequester wasn't going to happen. I'm sure the president signed it because he believes sequester wasn't going to happen. He advocated for sequester. So it's if we just appropriate, the law's still there, and it comes in January, and as appropriated, we're living under the BCA levels. OCO is a way out in defense, if you will. But I would just urge both sides to get to that larger discussion sooner rather than later, because there's no way the Appropriations Committee or you guys can act any differently than you are. But if we're going to have a disagreement, I wouldn't have it over here on defense, where I think we effectively agree on the amount, what needs to happen this year. We're going to have plenty of other areas, and believe me, there's plenty of concern about everything from National Institute of Health to other programs, where there's actually bipartisan support for doing something significant. So I think there's groundwork there. I would just hope the administration, where we can agree, takes those things out of the fight, and particularly in this one. I mean, if all things get caught up in an end-of-the-year budget battle, it shouldn't be the defense of the United States, and I don't think either side wants it to be. I don't think it has to be. So hope we can get there, and just, again, thank both of you for the terrific job you do on one of the great committees, and for putting the people that defend us and put their lives on the line every day first and foremost. I think all of us in Congress and the administration ought to do that on this bill. So thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields his time. Gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Glad to see you today. And I appreciate so much what Mr. Cole was just saying. I agree with him about the BCA. None of us expected sequestration. We armored up the super committee and sent them in there, and they dropped everything like Iraqi soldiers, didn't they? We have to do better. We're grown-ups here, and we all understand that it takes money to run a government, and if we're going to police the whole world, I really want to make sure. I think it's very important that we maintain the fact that the domestic spending has to keep track with it. The infrastructure in this country is absolutely appalling. The Northeast, Courtney, you know this, the winter left our roads in such deplorable condition you can almost lose your car in it. And I was in New York City yesterday, which always depresses me. I don't know why. It doesn't work anymore. The infrastructure is so awful. It was like riding over 10 cans all day long. And coming out of there, I'm watching the United States fall apart. Bridges rusted out. We've got so much trouble up there. I've got 100-year-old bridges crossing the Erie Canal. They can't take fire trucks. But when it comes to spending something for ourselves, we just can't afford it. But when it comes to defending an army like the Iraqis, who threw down all that equipment and walked off and left it, totally unable to defend themselves, I'm really not sure that's a good piece of work for us to be spending our money on. I frankly, given the choice, I'd like to let somebody else take a chance at doing all that work. One of these other countries is doing so well. Maybe one has high-speed rail, because we can't afford any. But I am really disturbed over what Adam Smith said and what Joe has said about one ice cutter, one, with climate change and all the ice storms and all things we're having, we have one. Where is it?
It's up north.
Well, yeah, but up north is a heck of a big distance. So isn't that kind of stupid?
Well, it's certainly with the Arctic.
Is that part of the Coast Guard, by the way?
It is.
Okay.
And again, it's one large icebreaker. They have smaller ones for some of the smaller waterways, but in terms of, doing
Yeah.
Arctic icebreaking, there really is only one ship.
I had dinner with some Canadian friends last night, and we've been working on border issues forever. And there's a bridge that's supposed to be built from Fort Erie, New York, over into Canada, and we never could. They finally had bumper stickers 20 years ago that said, "Build it already." And we're still having to get that done, and Canadians said to me last night that they've given up on us and they're going to build it themselves. Now, we can probably wait. Maybe they'll get some more icebreakers and lend us a few. But I would like this country really to feel like that there's some activity here, that we care about what it looks like. We're going to maintain it. We're going to take care of education for our kids. We're going to make sure that schools are in good shape. And at the same time, we're talking about saving dimes and nickels here. We've got kids coming out of college. The colleges in my district now are up to $56,000 a year. I mean, it's really, I think, questionable whether college education now is really worth the money. That's not a good thing for us and for our future. But anyway, we can talk about that another time. I appreciate your work. One thing that the OCO, you have the same number that the president had, but he's going to veto it because of the $38 billion. Is that basically right, what you said?
Yes.
The $38 billion.
Yes.
So the $38 billion was apparently in his, but spent another way. Am I correct about that? It was just a
No, ma'am,
difference.
it wasn't spent another way.
Oh,
It was
see, is
just
it-
not OCO money.
is
It was in the base. He had a bigger base.
Bigger base.
And then the OCO, we have a smaller base, but then a larger OCO, so where you end up when you add them together is exactly the same.
Right. And you put it in OCO because?
Because because it's consistent with the House and Senate budget resolutions, which require
yeah.
defense to be at the BCA limit.
But why OCO? Is that not accounted for? That doesn't consider part of the spending money? Is that it?
Right.
So you got 30.
Right. It is not.
Bingo.
It is in addition to
Okay.
the base, above the base.
All right, okay, so you've got $38 billion to spend that you don't have to account for, right?
Well, no, you account for it. But it's not
Yeah,
covered under the base.
doesn't count under BCA.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Wow. All right, thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I don't have any questions other than just to kind of raise a point I always raise, and that is that, we all talk about all these defense needs we have, but we can't seem to bring ourselves to debate an AUMF to actually have Congress live up to its constitutional responsibility and decide whether or not our men and women should be placed in harm's way the way they are currently being placed. We're relying on old AUMFs from 2001 and 2002, which is ridiculous. We were told by the Speaker of the House that we couldn't do it last year. We had to wait till this year for a new Congress. We have a new Congress. Nothing changed. Then we were told we could wait for the President to do something. President proposed an AUMF, which I disagree with. I think it's too broad, but at least he proposed something, and we're told we can't do anything here. I got to tell you, I think, I think if people don't want to go to war, they ought to vote no. If they want to go to war, they ought to vote yes. But we have a job to do that we have not done. And I just had one other thing, and that is just to add on to what my colleague from New York said. You know, we talk about national defense. I think we ought to broaden the definition to mean more than just the number of weapons we have in our arsenal. It also ought to include as well our infrastructure in this country, jobs, the quality of our education system, the quality of our environment. I mean, all these, you know, a lot of people in my district lose sleep at night wondering whether they're going to have a job tomorrow or whether they'll get a job tomorrow. So we need to fix this, this Budget Act. This was a bad idea. It was a stupid idea. Sequestration was one of the dumbest things I've ever witnessed happen here. And we all ought to be grown up enough now to fix it so we don't have to be having slush funds, you know, off budget that don't count in order to be able to fund our defense needs. We ought to fix this once and for all, and I hope that we do it soon. And I hope that, having said that, just going back, I hope that, I know I talk about amendments here today, but I hope that the committee leadership will be open to some amendments on some of these important issues that in the past they haven't been, namely with regard to these wars that we're involved with. And with that, I yield back my time.
Chairman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And has there been a statement of administration policy submitted on behalf of the NDAA bill we're considering right now?
I've not seen one.
But the discussion has been that the president might veto a bill that actually sounded like with you and Mr. Smith, there was fairly broad agreement on the principles contained within the bill.
My impression is that there has, and I don't know what form it took, whether it was the press spokesperson or somebody has threatened to veto it. I would just note that I think the president has threatened to veto our bill every year, at least for the past several, at some point in the process. So, but I think while there are differences within the bill, he mentioned Gitmo, et cetera, I think there is broad support, as evidenced by the fact it was reported from committee by a vote of 60-2.
Correct. And, Mr. Chairman, I think you pointed out that this is the pay and benefits. I mean, that is the way that happens on a year-to-year basis, the pay and benefits for our soldiers. Look, the Budget Control Act, something that I voted for. The president did sign it. He had the option of not signing it. He had the option of vetoing it, sending it back to the Congress that August. Perhaps that's what he should have done. But I just, for the life of me, I cannot understand the administration not supporting this bill and the president signing it if it makes it to his desk. I think we're going to have a fairly robust debate about amendments tomorrow, and I look forward to that. But I want to thank the two gentlemen who are here today for the hard work that they've done and delivering us a product of which I believe they both justifiably are very proud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Florida.
Chairman, first off, it was good. I'm sure you and Chairman McCall had continuing visits to other areas of the world that were vital to us, but it was good to see you in Israel. Mr. Sivers and I had an opportunity to travel together, and I believe both of us benefited immensely from what we saw in terms of what we are doing, the United States in Israel. One of the things that impressed me, and it's something that isn't contemplated here, but I just want to say it, and that is, in Israel, all over the country, including when Mr. Sivers and I and the other traveling members of the delegation visited the Israeli Defense Force operation, it was a refreshing thing to see the youngsters coming and going, and we were there at a time that there was change, but all over the country you could see the various soldiers from that country. And I thought to myself, coming back, that all of their 18-year-olds are required to exercise an option. One, enter the military, or national service. And I thought to myself, oh, what a great moment of pride that must instill an altogether smaller country, smaller than lots of our states. But we are well beyond that, and I don't expect there to be such a measure, but it certainly was impressive to see that again and to see it in operation and to be briefed by youngsters who benefited from either national service or the military. Mr. Chairman, not Chairman of the Rules Committee, but Chairman Thornberry. Chairman Thornberry and I served together for a protracted period of time on another one of our important committees, and I'm sure developed deep respect for each other. I'm just curious about what the thinking was of the committee about why there was no round of BRAC included in this. What was the prevailing sentiment?
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. One of the answers is we have not yet broken even from the last round of BRAC. It was in 2005, and 10 years later, it is still costing us more money than it has saved. And that experience, I think, left a lot of us with a bitter taste in our mouth before we run off into that again. So my short answer sometimes is we can't afford it if it's going to cost more money for 10 years. Now, I will say this. We often hear the folks from the military say we've got 20% excess infrastructure. So one thing we do have in this bill is a requirement that they look at what our force structure needs to be, what our bases are, how that matches up, and give us, categorize where you see excess infrastructure so it's more specific and harder data rather than a number that we just pull out of the hat. Now, I can't tell you there won't be another round of BRAC in the future. It's not in this year's bill, but we do try to nail down a little better what our real infrastructure situation is.
Right. To show you how weird our country can be sometimes, I offered a measure about 8 years ago that I thought was, one, thoughtful and could be helpful in the variety of emergencies that we have in the country. And it was construed by some in the nutland of this country that I was about the business of trying to develop camps for people to be put there. But my argument was that after a hurricane or fire or people are displaced, that utilization of military places would be helpful because all of the facilities are there, the mess hall, the play activity for children. But anyway, the other thing that caught my attention was the Navy cruiser phased modernization. And I gather that what must have happened, and I wasn't on the committee, I'm not privy to all of the discussions, but it appears that the Navy made a request that was not honored. Can you tell me why the action taken by the committee did not contemplate what the Navy had requested?
Yes, sir, and I know Mr. Courtney will want to weigh in. He's the ranking member on that subcommittee that oversees it. I think the short answer is the Navy had requested retiring some cruisers, and the majority view on the committee was we don't need to be getting rid of any ships right now. Understanding that keeping them costs some money, and that was the Navy's proposal, but rather than allow the Navy to retire these ships, continuing to keep them in service was the view of the majority, and I'm sure Mr. Courtney wants to add.
Sure. So one thing that I think both sides agree on is we want to preserve the cruiser fleet. They're critical to providing air defense for our carriers. And I did offer an amendment that supported the Navy's position this year, which was not to retire cruisers, I would argue, but simply to allow them to manage the repair work in a way that would be more cost effective. I was unsuccessful in that motion carrying, and you know, in the grand scheme of the bill, I mean, I was, you know, prepared to vote to move the bill along. I do think down the road in this process, because you know there are other committees that are going to weigh in, I think the merits of our argument, which are really not about whether the cruiser fleet is going to be preserved, but just simply what's the most, I think, manageable way to supervise that work is going to prevail. But you know, you never know. This process has lots of twists and turns in it, and as I say, I think that you know, that debate about whether cruisers should be modernized and preserved for the fleet is over. I think, you know, the Congress the Appropriations Committee actually in the Cromnibus settled that issue, and I think we should just follow the path that the Cromnibus set in place as far as that goes.
I appreciate both your answers, and very quickly, two other issues that are more a comment than a question. And that is, it seems that we are moving into, because of the variety of conflicts that we are confronted with and or involved in, a modality of train and equip. Obviously, the situation allows in Syria some requirements, I would think, Ukraine, the same thing. Perhaps I personally would offer up that it should be more robust if we could afford it. And the training and equipping of the Afghan National Services, where I join Ms. Slaughter's very poignant comments and won't repeat them, but it's not right for us to continue to prop up all of these folk around the world and then not be able to prop up our bridges. Something is wrong with this picture. And I've made several predictions over the course of my tenure in Congress regarding what might happen. If I were to use Iraq as a classic example, I remember being on the Crossfire show, and it was one of the few times that the left and the right guy were pounding on me because I said that we weren't going to be greeted as liberators by anybody, that what we were going to wind up with is folk that don't like us, and in many respects that's true. I don't know how, having done what we did when we were there in force to train and equip people, like Ms. Slaughter pointed out, that left, and now we have this animal, it isn't even an animal, this horrible group of fools that have taken over equipment that we left there with these people. So I make yet another prediction for you, and I would take exception to arming the Afghan National Forces to the extent that we are. And I hope that there is a method of oversight of the spending of $4.1 billion to make sure that it's going for the purpose intended. But the day the last American military person leaves Afghanistan, I can assure you that within a year, the Taliban will have taken everything that we left there, and certainly most of it. And if that comes true, then it seems to me that we could predict it now. We've already paid a lot of these people an awful lot of American money that they are setting up camp in London and Paris and all around the world to take care of themselves. Mr. McGovern made a point that if we want to go to war, we ought to authorize it. And we ought to have the people that want to vote for it say yes, and those that don't say no. But I do know this. I learned from Korea and Vietnam that you cannot have guns and butter. And in this case, it seems what we have, not here, but in the last decade in this country, we decided that we could have guns, butter, and ice cream. And now I think where we are is we're going to wind up in a position where we must go to the American public if we're going to be involved in all these conflicts and pay for them and raise the necessary taxes. There's that word that all Congress people don't like. Raise the necessary taxes in an appropriate manner to support the efforts of the military in all aspects of what is required. I thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the distinguished gentleman from Florida and I learned when we were in the Middle East last week, it is clearly a dangerous world. I want to thank both of you for working hard to craft some compromises in the important language that will make us look at our defense of our country and how we defend our country for the future. I think there's great language in this defense authorization bill that I think both of you generally agree with, that will help us make sure that we make important choices on how we're going to defend our country and defend our national interest in the future, defend our public. So I want to thank you both for that. I do recognize there are some differences of opinion, but I just have two questions for the chairman, and they've already been said before. So we're spending the same amount as the president asked for. And it passed the committee 62 to 2. 60 to 2. That's all I have. Thank you. I yield back.
Sorry, I've been thrust into greatness here and missed my opportunity. Mr. Polis, no questions? Mr. Collins, Mr. Byrne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm a member of this committee. This is my second year to go through this process, and to sit there from 10 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday to 4:30 a.m. on Thursday morning. We went through 300-plus amendments. On some amendments, we moved pretty quickly. On some, we didn't move so quickly because we had a pretty robust debate. And before we even get to that day, there are lots and lots of hearings that the members participate in, and the staff does an enormous amount of work. So I'm very pleased and proud of the work product of our committee. And I know that the bipartisanship is a big part of that because we equally care about the defense of our country. It's not a partisan thing. It's a pleasure to serve on the Sea Power Subcommittee with you. That's been a real joy for me, and we have the same sort of bipartisanship on that subcommittee. In fact, I see it on all the subcommittees, and I saw it last year under Chairman McKeon. And apparently this goes back 50-plus years. So the fact that we can come together on something of this magnitude, I really think speaks well of the Congress. I did want to say a couple of things, if I may. Mr. Courtney brought up the Coast Guard. I would love the Coast Guard to be under the NDAA because I do see the Coast Guard as being a part of the defense of this country. And they do things that are directly important to the Navy, as you say. When we have our submarines going in and out of port, those are Coast Guard vessels. But they do a lot of other things independently of the Navy, and I'm concerned about that. And I do think as we consider other parts of the budget, of the appropriations bills and the budgets, that we need to look closely at building that fleet as well. You and I are working on the Navy fleet very hard, but I do think we need to build that Coast Guard fleet. And if Mr. Hunter from California was here, he would be saying that in much more forceful terms than either you or I are, and I appreciate his leadership on that. Mr. McGovern, I think, brought up a good point, and Chairman Thornberry and I have had this discussion going back several months. I think we need an AUMF. I've been very clear about that. I don't want to do it in this bill. I don't think it's the appropriate place to do it. But I think separate from this, we need to have a debate as a Congress. I don't think, as a matter of law, that the AUMFs we have now cover what we're trying to do. And if we don't agree with what the President sent over here, we need to come up with our own language, and I'm prepared to vote on that. Whether we can get a majority of people in the House with that, I don't know. And the third thing is the BCA. I wasn't here to vote for it, against it, and so I'm not going to even try to predict what I would have done. I'm certainly not going to be critical of anybody for whatever vote they took on that because I wasn't here. But I do think it's the appropriate role of the Congress to make decisions about what is a priority for this country and what's not. Everybody in America does it for their families. They do it for their businesses. I was in the state legislature in Alabama. We did it in the legislature in Alabama. You have this much money, this is more important than that. You spend the money on this and not on that. It doesn't mean it's easy, it's hard. But there are things that are essential functions of the government, and there are things that aren't essential functions of the government. If you don't have enough money for the essential things, you don't do them. However much you'd like to do them, you don't do them. There is nothing more essential to the functioning of the federal government of the United States of America than defending our people and our borders. And I really do believe the president would be making a huge mistake by not signing this bill after it comes out of both houses. We may have a difference of opinion about appropriations, which I think was Mr. Cole's point. But we should go forward with this bill because we're saying what we think we need to do, and we need to stick to that. And we've got to the president's number. We didn't get there in the way that you would want, Chairman, Mr. Courtney would want, or I would want. Maybe none of us on the committee would want to do it that way. But we got there. And I guess in my life, I've learned if you can get there, it may not be the prettiest way, but you got there. Let's take that as a victory for the Congress and the President, for both parties, but more importantly for the American people, and build on that to do what we've got to do to not only defend this country, but to take care of those very brave men and women that are out there who you probably saw, Mr. Stivers, this past week, and Mr. Hastings saw, who are defending us over in the Middle East. I just want to tell you what an honor it is for me to serve with you two gentlemen on that committee, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, a couple of points I'd like to bring up. But first of all, thank you very much for your hard work on getting this bill to the point where it is. I think there's probably few things we could point to that could be classified as paramount duty, but certainly our nation's defense falls into that category, and it should be given every consideration possible to make sure that the men and women in uniform have all the resources available to them. I wanted to make a point about something important to me. Most of the bill looks forward on how we can provide those necessary resources, but I'm also appreciative that the committee can look back as well. In my district, we have what's called the Hanford site. It is one of the sites in the country, along, for instance, like Savannah River, where we had a huge role in winning World War II, and also the Cold War. But along with that role, the nation has left a legacy of nuclear waste behind. And so I'm just appreciative for the committee's work, the chairman and the ranking member's work in making sure that the federal obligation is strong, that the responsibility to clean up that waste is there in a way that it should be, so that we can put that behind us and make it a memory instead of something that we continually have to address. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much for that, but also on your hard work. In this committee, it looks to me like this could serve as a model on how we can work together in this Congress, and I applaud your efforts in doing so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. I want to thank both of you gentlemen for appearing and for your excellent testimony. Please, if you have any written documents you want entered into the record, make sure that we've got a copy of them here. Thank you. Gentlemen are excused. Will do. It will now proceed to H.R. 2048. I think part of our panel is outside and is assembling now. You are very kind to ask. Always happy to help out a chairman. Wait till, you want to wait till Mr. Napper gets here? Would you like to wait till Mr. Napper gets here, or do you want to go ahead and take the testimony now? Yeah, he just stepped out. He's on the way back. Okay.
We're all singing from the same.
Okay, well, in that case, if we could, welcome, gentlemen. It's good to have you up here to testify on H.R. 2048. Remind you that any written material you have will be entered for the record. We'd be obviously delighted with any summary remarks that you care to make. And with that, if I can, we'll go first to you, Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, I should say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just here by way of an introduction and then to answer questions if the members of the committee have them. But I had asked the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, to cover for me, and then I caught up with him before he got the chance to take the lead. So I'm going to let him proceed as planned with this committee's statement with regard to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Issa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the important thing, and Ranking Member Slaughter, this is a delicate balance of the existing needs under the Patriot Act with some significant improvements. It's a number of improvements that have already been implemented that the bill codifies, and some additional major changes. Most importantly, this bill, in the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, will in fact end bulk collection and do so on a basis in our committee of 25-2 after a long series of painstaking and delicate negotiations. I want to, in addition to tell you what this bill does, Ranking Member Nadler and I would both say the same thing and did in committee. This is not everything. This is simply what we believe we can get and should take at this time. Members of the committee considered a number of other amendments that could have been included. They undoubtedly would not have gotten through the Senate. And what we have before us today is a bill that is similar to last Congress, passed by a 25-2 vote out of our committee, and will undoubtedly be very similar on the floor to last Congress, which was 303 to 121. The chairman himself has a technical conforming change that we're hoping will be included in the rules, because it is in fact not an amendment. So as the bill left, the bill arrives to you, and as other than technical and conforming changes, 2048, we believe, should go forward as it left the committee. Again, this is a delicate balance. And I might note that the Second Circuit recently, just while we were on district work period, found that the bulk collection as is currently being done is in fact not, in their opinion, constitutional. As a result, if we do nothing, this will expire, and they'll be happy. And they have paused any kind of an action, knowing there's only 3 weeks left under the existing bill. However, the Senate has a version that is a straight reauthorization. If we were to accept that or not deal with bulk collection, we would undoubtedly be creating a challenge for the President and for the Second Circuit. The USA Freedom Act is, in fact, a significant reform. It is supported on a strongly bipartisan basis because, in fact, we believe we've done all that we can do in a reauthorization. I might note that we do try to reach out beyond the 215 section to the greatest extent possible, but we are anticipating that other sections, when they come up for reauthorization, we will look at in a similar fashion. Again, some of the reforms that I didn't mention, I'll just close with this, involve significant transparency improvements. And I think for the American people, the biggest challenge they have is not what the government's doing, but feeling that they're properly and appropriately informed. So a number of specific reporting, both in the government's requirement, including a declassification requirement, not just to us, but to the public, and a specific language as to the reporting that private companies can do. That is sort of a synopsis. We obviously would love your questions, and I guess Mr. Nadler.
Before the gentleman proceeds, if the gentleman has any written comments he'd care to leave with the committee, they'll be entered into the record. The gentleman's recognized for whatever time he needs to make his opening remarks.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here in agreement with the chairman and with Mr. Issa. The USA Freedom Act represents a return to the basic principles of the Fourth Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Before the government may search our homes, seize our persons, or intercept our communications, it must first make a showing of individualized suspicion. The interpretation that the FISA Court put on Section 215 did away with that. And that's the key thing that we change here. That's why we're here today. We have all learned that the government has engaged in unreasonable searches against all of us. They have gathered an enormous amount of information about every phone call in the United States. They have deemed all of our phone calls relevant, in quotes, to an investigation, and they have decided to gather information on everyone. That is intolerable to our sense of freedom. Today, we're acting to stop it. The bill before us prohibits the intelligence community from engaging in bulk data collection within the United States. This practice, the dragnet collection without a warrant of telephone records and internet metadata, is the contemporary equivalent to the writs of assistance that early American revolutionaries opposed and that the Fourth Amendment was drafted to outlaw. It has never complied with the Constitution and must be brought to an end without delay. The legal theories that justified these programs in the first place were developed and approved in secret, and that practice must also come to an end. The government's interpretation of Section 215's requirement of relevance to an existing investigation to mean everything is obviously wrong, could only have been advanced in secret, and cannot withstand the public scrutiny to which it is now subjected. The Second Circuit Court of Appeals threw out this notion last week, and now we must do so as well. This bill further requires the government to promptly declassify and release each novel or significant opinion of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. And that was one of the key things here. The government advanced in the FISA Court a very novel and way broad-reaching interpretation of the bill, of the law, way beyond what Mr. Sensenbrenner, as its major author, this is interesting. I was one of the leaders of the opposition to this section back in 2001. Mr. Sensenbrenner was the sponsor of it. None of us believed in our wildest dreams that anyone would interpret it to mean what the government later interpreted it to mean. But they went into the FISA Court. It's a secret court. Here's only the government side of the case. The court agreed with them and kept issuing these warrants, these broad warrants all the time. Under this bill, there will be a corps of experts appointed by the court, in the court, the secret court, to argue against the government's position, so that they will hear both positions in any controversial or novel question. They will also be required to publish promptly any significant or novel decision, so we won't have a body of secret law, which is antithetical to American notions of fair play and common law. There will not be a system of common law developed. In the future, if the government advances a similarly dubious legal claim, the public will know about it almost immediately, and the responsibility will lie with us to correct it just as quickly. This legislation also makes critical changes with respect to national security letter non-disclosure orders. National security letters are almost always accompanied by a gag order, preventing the recipient from even mentioning the existence of the security letter. Since 2008, when the Second Circuit found this practice to be unconstitutional, the government has taken incremental steps to address the problem. The USA Freedom Act finishes that job. The Act limits the circumstances in which gag orders are appropriate in the first place. It gives NSL recipients an immediate opportunity to challenge these orders in court and requires the government to give notice that this judicial redress is available. Before I close, I want to be clear. Not every reform I would have hoped to enact is included in this bill. As Mr. Issa said, this is a very carefully negotiated bill. For example, in my opinion, we must do more to protect U.S. person information collected under Section 702 of FISA. This was an amendment offered in committee by Mr. Yoho and Ms. Lofgren, an amendment I thoroughly agreed with and opposed because it would have upset the agreement on the bill, and we were told it would have made progress on the bill to the House floor impossible. It is something we will have to deal with. I anticipate we will deal with it in one of the appropriations bills, as an attempt was made last year to do when it got almost 300 votes. And I saw no reason to jeopardize this bill to do something which we can do in a different bill within a month. We must act to reform other authorities, many of them law enforcement rather than intelligence community authorities, to prevent indiscriminate searches in other circumstances. But I will continue to fight for these reforms, among others, and I know that I will not be alone in taking up that challenge in the days to come. But this bill will not bear their weight. I am grateful for the opportunity to take this first step to restore the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. I thank Chairman Goodlatte, Chairman Sensenbrenner, Ranking Member Conyers for their continued, and Mr. Issa for their continued leadership in this legislation. I urge that this legislation be referred to the floor, and that measures be taken to make sure that the carefully negotiated agreement that has broad support on all sides of this House is maintained.
About not only what's in the bill, but the things which we need to pay attention to. I really cannot comment on what's going to be fixed later. We've had some discussion today about the appropriations process, but I would encourage that further discussion as necessary. Thank you very much. Chairman Cole?
Just quickly, I want to thank, frankly, all three of you for the manner in which you've worked together. This is one of these very challenging issues. My friend Mr. Issa said it pretty well. It's a delicate balance. And I actually appreciate both sides in the debate we tend to have over this. I think they're both performing an invaluable function. There's always tension in a democratic society between security and liberty, and those that think we're going too far are doing us a service when they raise that question. Those who are pointing out the dangers that we face are also doing a service. And I really appreciate the manner in which, and what we all acknowledge is a difficult time and a difficult subject, that you've managed to find common ground, work together, bring us forward a product that reflects the majority, overwhelming majority, clearly, of your committee, and probably will reflect the overwhelming majority, although, again, I recognize those in dissent are performing a valuable function as well. So I just, this is the way Congress ought to operate. And I certainly recognize my friend, the chairman.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. It's already been said that it's been delicately negotiated, but I think it's also important to note that what you just said is absolutely true. We can have very, very high levels of protection of our civil liberties and high levels of protection of our national security at the same time. And I think this bill accomplishes that by raising the protection, the transparency of the court, barring the government from bulk collection of metadata. And by the way, not just under Section 215, but under several other authorities as well, and not just telephone metadata, which was the subject that brought this on, but any kind of metadata that the government might choose to collect and store for long periods of time. But in addition to that, the bill also has a number of key provisions that do not affect the civil liberties of American citizens, but allow our national security agencies to keep the country safer. If somebody who is not a U.S. citizen is entering the country and we're attempting to track them, when they enter the country, the authorities change and law enforcement has to go to this Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act court to get the authority to do that. While that's occurring, it could take a few days to do that. While that's occurring, this individual, suspected terrorist, could go dark in the United States. This bill will allow that surveillance to continue for 72 hours while they get that authority to continue the surveillance. Also from the standpoint of protecting civil liberties and making sure we're being careful about our national security.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with everything the chairman just said. I just want to add one thing as a general observation about the bill. There has been some criticism of it. I was about to say from the left, but it's also sort of the same criticism from some parts of the right. It's an interesting area. But almost all of that criticism, maybe all of it, is of the nature that the bill doesn't do things it doesn't do. It's not criticism of what the bill does do. It's criticism the bill doesn't take care of this problem that we don't deal with or that problem. I just want to observe that some of that is valid, but that it is rarely, in my opinion, a good criticism of a bill to say it doesn't do everything that we'd like it to do. The basic criteria in judging a bill or anything else is, are we better off with it or without it? And other problems it doesn't deal with, you can try to deal with in other venues. I've heard almost no criticism of anything the bill does do.
Well, to your point, I commend you for acting in a timely fashion as well. You not only brought us a product that we know you'll be revisiting us with. Things have to work out in other venues here and decisions be made, but I think it's very important that the protections and the guarantees not lapse, that the focus be on it. And again, I just commend you all for working in a very bipartisan fashion. Respect those who criticize, but I think your points, Mr. Nadler, are exactly right on. The basic question is, you're better off with it or without it, and I don't think there's much doubt we're better off with this thoughtful, delicate compromise, my friend Mr. Issa said, than we would be if we just simply allowed legislation to lapse. So thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back time. Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, I thank you so much. I appreciate all this good work, and I am proud to support this bill, and so is, let me read to you. I don't always have this pleasure here, the Statement of Administration Policy. They urge us to hurry with this bill. They strongly love it. The administration applauds and appreciates the strong bipartisan, bicameral effort that led to the formulation of this bill, strengthens the FISA privacy and civil liberties protections while preserving the essential authorities our intelligence and law enforcement professionals need to protect the nation. Thank you for that. Appreciate it very much. I'd ask unanimous consent to put this in the record.
Without objection, that will
Thank
be
you
put
very
in the
much.
record. Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Goodlatte, I don't know if you'll recall a conversation we had up here the last time we considered this legislation, and I related to you that I had been concerned, perhaps even surprised, that the bill I had voted for in February of 2011 actually, that with the Snowden revelations, we'd actually gone far beyond what was presented to us in February of 2011. Then General Alexander made public comments that letters were available to members of Congress about the expansion of this program, and yet there was not a general dissemination of the knowledge of that letter to the rank and file members of the Congress. I believe it was made available to leadership, perhaps chairman and ranking member of the intelligence committees, but not to rank and file members such as myself. So when Mr. Nadler talks about that there are now protections, how should I feel comforted that there are those protections when in February 2011, I did vote for the reauthorization of these programs under consideration, and it was only after the Snowden revelations that we were given to understand that what originally was proposed to us, that is a terrorist in a foreign country, calls a terrorist in another country, and if the NSA happens to get that information, they can keep it, and somehow that morphed into every call that everyone makes in this country is now being held by the NSA. And there was a visceral reaction to that, certainly in the district that I represent, I suspect all across the country. How should I feel comforted now that those protections that Mr. Nadler says are present are really present?
Well, I think the most important thing to note here, and by the way, I was in exactly the same shoes you were. I was not chairman of the Judiciary Committee at the time, so this was all a shocking revelation to me as well when this came out after I had become chairman of the committee. But one of the things that we do in this bill reflects upon how this came about. This actually was approved by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act Court, but it was done in a classified way, and so only limited people were given this information. Others could have found it, I guess, if they had gone and asked to seek to review classified information, but you somehow have to know what you're asking for. One of the things this bill does is it increases the transparency of the FISA Court, and one very important way it does that, it requires that any major decision by the court, not about an individual targeted investigation, because you can't make those things public, but when you have a broad, far-reaching decision like the one we're talking about here today, bulk data collection, the court would have to declassify that and make it available to the public. So we're going to have more transparency in that court in ways that will be meaningful for us as members of Congress and the general public and the news media and others to be able to follow trends that in the past were kept secret. One of the questions that I asked of the witnesses who came from the various government agencies was, why didn't you, make this policy change public? If you felt that this did comply with the law, why didn't you say we're doing this? And of course, their answer is, we didn't want the terrorists to know what we were doing. But to go forward with a program that gathers trillions of pieces of data about American citizens and then stores it and says, well, trust us in terms of how we'll use it in the future, even with the approval of this court, is not sufficient. So now the court, because I think they got it wrong, they obviously came to a different conclusion than the Second Circuit Court of Appeals just came to and said that this program was not, they didn't rule it unconstitutional, they ruled it as not in compliance with Section 215 of the law, and didn't ever get to the issue of whether it was constitutional because they ruled that it didn't exceed the authority under the law. But either way, having that out in the open a lot sooner would have been a lot better, not only for the comfort of American citizens about the protection of their civil liberties, but I would argue also about the effectiveness of our national security operation, because the way this came out, I think, was severely damaging to U.S. national security interests.
Yes, Mr. Nadler.
I'd just like to expand on that briefly. They got away with it, and not only did they get away with it, but the meaning of the law was taken so far beyond. The law said, Section 215 said, you could get with a warrant any tangible thing that is relevant to a foreign intelligence or anti-terrorism investigation. That's the wording of the law. The FISA Court interpreted that as saying, since there might be within phone calls information relevant to such an investigation, all the phone calls are relevant, and they only had to get one warrant for all phone calls over a 6-month period. And then when they wanted to interrogate specific things, they didn't need another warrant because they already had the general warrant. And that's obviously beyond the meaning of the law. Had this bill been in effect, when the government asked them to interpret the law that way, there would have been someone else in court to say, wait a minute, and they would have heard two sides of that argument. Someone would have been there to say, that's not what the law means. Under the current law, they hear only the government side of the argument. It's a one-sided presentation to a court. They have to, on their own, figure out why that's wrong. There's no one to argue the other side. Under this bill, there will be a core of professional advocates that will be there specifically to argue against the government's contentions in the FISA Court. And when they make any decision that is significant or novel, like this is what it means, that decision would have to be public immediately. We would have heard about it, and we would have reacted. We wouldn't have needed Mr. Snowden to tell us about it.
Would the gentleman yield
Yes,
again?
be happy.
Yeah, the gentleman from New York makes an excellent point, and that builds on what I said, but also the fact that this law will now spell out in much clearer terms what the government can and cannot do. If they want to get data, they've got to go to the court and get a specific order to get the data, and then they've got to go to the phone company and ask for it, or another holder of metadata. And they will not, and this is an improvement over the bill that we passed through the House in the last Congress, they will not be able to ask for broad swaths of information. The specific selection terms are narrow, so you can't go and say, I want all of the phone records for the state of Texas for the month of August. You've got to be much narrower than that in your request for information. So if they go to the phone company and they ask for something more than the law allows, you're going to have the phone company having recourse as well to raise it. So I think there are several levels of protection addressing the concern that you legitimately just raised.
The difficulty, though, is the public trust was so undermined. And again, in fairness to General Alexander, he said he told us, or told our leadership, and certainly the administration must have known this because General Alexander worked for the administration. So that undermining of the public trust is going to be difficult to overcome.
This is a major step in the direction of overcoming it.
All right, well, I thank the chairman. I'll yield back the time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman.
I know we have a vote coming up, so let me just make one observation. I'm still not comfortable with all of this, to be honest with you, and I hope that everybody here will support making all these amendments in order, because I think there are a lot of legitimate concerns Democrats and Republicans have on this issue. And as a gentleman from Texas pointed out, I think the public trust has been eroded on this issue. But I'm willing to make you a bet that, because I'm worried not so much about some of the reforms in here, but some of the things that are not in here. I'm willing to make a bet that a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, there'll be another set of revelations, and we'll find how they found loopholes within the existing law and took advantage of them, and we're all going to be shocked. Because I remember sitting here when the Patriot Act was first brought before the Congress and being given all the same assurances. I voted against it. I voted against reauthor. I voted against all these things. But every time we hear the same thing, that this is going to take care of everything, and we're just going to go after the bad guys, and everybody's civil liberties will be taken care of. And then we find out that somebody had this broad interpretation of a particular provision that resulted in all the things that that people are really shocked about. And what it was even more is that without the leaks, I don't think we'd even know about any of this stuff. And that troubles me too. So I'm going to look at this, but I hope at a minimum that we will all agree that these amendments that have been offered, bipartisan amendments, should be made in order. And I thank you very much for your
Would the gentleman yield?
happy to yield.
I won't take that bet, but I'll take a different bet. I will bet because of the changes in this bill, we will be back much sooner than the reauthorization. The transparency and reporting requirements are intended to anticipate that behind closed doors, judges might make a decision inconsistent with our belief, meaning, in the American people's best interest, and we will know about it broadly in a matter of 90 days or so. That will put us back here sooner, not later, if it happens again. That's the bet I'd like to take, and that's a bet the American people should want us to make sure we win.
Well, for the record, I'm still very uncomfortable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Georgia does not seek recognition. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Stivers, does not seek recognition. Judge, did we acknowledge your birthday? I was going for a minute.
You did. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized.
It's a doozy of one too. It's
Yes, it is.
the big the big 4-0. Have any of you all turned 40 yet?
I did.
You did? A few of you have. Well, it's good to see there's life after 40.
Only 3 of us on the
Thank
committee
you.
that did.
You didn't turn, yeah, I didn't think so. Well, no one here looks over 40, except for me. Real briefly, I just wanted to, Mr. Chair, on behalf of several members who talked to me, a lot of people are upset about this process because the only window to submit amendments was about 3 or 4 hours, and many members were on the plane or on their way here. Originally on Majority Leader McCarthy's website, this was listed as a suspension bill. I know that many members would have had ideas to submit. I was able to get some together in time. Luckily, I wasn't on a plane, but I think probably half or more of the members of this body were likely in transit during that very narrow window of time. And if we hope to legislate to the best of our shared abilities as 435 members, we need to make sure that we give people time to submit amendments. And I just know several members said that they had wanted to, but they thought it was a suspension bill, and they got here and they found out it was notice for rules, and we were here. So I'm hoping that we avoid that sort of thing in the future, and I'll yield back.
Yes, sir. I thank the gentleman for his comments, and duly noted. I'm sure there will be others that follow with that same message, and I thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thanks for the work, although I have expressed on other occasions my wish to go further, especially in other sections, 702. There's a lot of other areas that I would like to see. This is a step forward. It came through committee. We're going to continue to work there. I agree with my friend from California. I think we're going to see more of this coming up quicker, and it's not going to take as long, so I do appreciate that. Look forward to moving this out and supporting it as we continue to make privacy protections a priority in this Congress.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back time. Gentleman, Alabama is recognized. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman from Washington. Gentleman does not seek time. Thank you. We appreciate all 3 of you for being here. And if you'll please make sure whatever anything you had in writing, your statement, that stays with the awesome stenographer today. I would now like to move to the second panel. Second panel would be the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Amash, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, the gentleman, Mr. Yoder.
And Mr. Chair, may I be on this panel as well, if there's room?
Mr. Polis may stay where he is. Does any other member seek? Mr. Labrador, do you seek time before the committee? Gonna listen. Thank you very much. I want to welcome this second panel and let them know without objection anything they have in writing will be entered in the record. I am aware, you're aware that we've got time considerations. We will first go to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Amash. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm here on behalf of Representative Jordan, Jim Jordan, who has introduced as an amendment the original USA Freedom Act that was co-sponsored by 152 bipartisan members, 80 Democrats, 72 Republicans. As you may remember, that version of the Freedom Act was watered down and brought to the floor in a way that we thought actually harmed the privacy of Americans. And the majority of the members who co-sponsored the legislation actually voted against the legislation. And in fact, most of the no votes on the legislation were co-sponsors of the legislation. That's no way to govern. I'm thankful to Mr. Goodlatte, Chairman Goodlatte, and Mr. Sensenbrenner for their hard work on this issue. I know they've spent a lot of time trying to work through these details. I don't question their sincerity or their intent. I think that they are trying to put together a product that will protect people's privacy. I think there are a lot of shortcomings with the bill, however, and especially in light of the Second Circuit's ruling last week that the current operation of the metadata program is illegal. I think we need to be very careful about how we proceed with this legislation. I'm concerned when you read the language of the reforms to Section 215 that we are actually, to a great extent, codifying bulk collection. So we are taking something that was not permitted under original Section 215, and the court has agreed that it's illegal under original Section 215, and now we are creating a whole apparatus to provide for it. Now, while the language does limit the amount of bulk collection, it doesn't end bulk collection. We're actually putting it into law for the first time. That's something that was not in Section 215. It was just interpreted by the executive branch to be allowed. And for the first time, we'll be putting bulk collection into law. So I was listening to the testimony of Mr. Nadler before I came on this panel, and he was suggesting that there were no criticisms from people who were opposed to the language of the bill. Well, I'm here to tell you that I'm concerned about the language of the bill. I think it gives too much leeway. When you read the definition, it potentially allows for very large data collection. It might not be data collection where you ask for everything all at once, but it could still be very large data collection, potentially in the hundreds of thousands of people, maybe even millions, depending on how far the NSA and other agencies want to go. So I think it would be wise for us to take some time with this issue. It would be wise to allow an amendment on the floor to bring the original Freedom Act back up as a possibility going forward. I think that we should put the best product on the floor that we can put on the floor. I don't think what we decide to do should be based on what we think the Senate will do. I have no clue what the Senate's going to do. I think most of us have no clue what the Senate's going to do. So we should put our best product on the floor. The original Freedom Act, it protects the rights of Americans, and it also ensures that our intelligence community has the tools they need to fight terrorism. And with that, I'd ask for your support for this amendment. It's the Rep. Jim Jordan amendment, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Massey?
I have another amendment to offer. Would you like me to speak to that now?
Gentleman's recognized.
What's that?
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the amendment that I would like to see ruled in order is offered by myself, Representative Lofgren, Representative Mosh, Representative Polis, and Representative Poe. This is an amendment a lot of us should be familiar with. 10 of the 12 Rules Committee members who are here essentially voted for this amendment last year as part of the appropriations process. It's not a hastily crafted amendment. It's well thought out. This was offered by Senator Wyden in the Senate. This was then offered by myself and Representative Lofgren as part of we had to craft it so that it would fit the appropriations process, amendment process. And then it was offered by Representative Poe in the committee. And so it's certainly germane to the bill that we're talking about voting on this week, this amendment is. And I think it's very important. Let me get to the crux of the amendment. It would prohibit warrantless searches of government databases for the communications of U.S. persons. It prohibits government agencies from mandating data security vulnerabilities in products or services to allow surveillance. So there's basically two operative sections to this amendment. And they both deal with backdoors, with loopholes in the existing laws that have been exploited. And let me speak first to the first section, which deals with Section 702, specifically 702B, which has been already mentioned here in the opening statements. Section 702 does not deal with metadata, does not deal with bulk collection of metadata. It deals with the actual content of emails and phone calls. So in a way, this data that's been collected is much more invasive. Section 702 was never intended to be used on U.S. persons. In fact, it's the U.S. code that was generated by Section 02 says procedures for targeting certain persons outside the United States other than United States persons. But here's what we know today. We know that the Director of National Intelligence has confirmed that the government searches vast databases of this information, which includes the content of emails and phone calls, without individualized suspicion or probable cause. Furthermore, the FBI director has confirmed that it uses this information to build criminal cases against U.S. persons. Now, Section 702 was never meant to be turned. It's an effective tool for dealing with terrorism, but it was never meant to be turned on our citizens. And I would argue that it is unconstitutional, the way that it's been implemented by our intelligence agencies is unconstitutional, and they're not above the Fourth Amendment. They don't get a pass, and this practice should end. Now, there's been some discussion. It was said earlier that there's a delicate balance in the Freedom Act, the base bill, that we don't want to upset. Let me tell you, this amendment would improve the Freedom Act and generate more support from outside groups and also from members for the Freedom Act. I know this because when we put it on the floor, it passed 293 to 123. This is a veto-proof majority. And so rather than, it would be hard to call this a poison pill when in fact it passed with a veto-proof majority. I think for members like myself, it would make the difference between voting for this bill and not voting for this bill in a positive way in terms of voting for it. So it's also, I want to say, it was discussed like maybe we could deal with this later when we want to talk about the FISA reauthorization. But the Constitution is not negotiable, and we have a crisis right now. It was okay when we said we didn't know these programs were going on, but now we know the programs are happening. There has not been an injunction on these programs. This data is still being collected. It's still being searched for U.S. persons for crimes not related to terrorism. And I want to be clear, we don't want to take away any of the tools to combat terrorism. What we want to do is make sure that U.S. persons have their constitutional rights intact. And so if we wait 2 years, we're prolonging a constitutional crisis, and that's dangerous. The other part I want to speak to is the second section of the amendment. And I don't know how this works. How much time do I have, or do I have?
I would say to the gentleman, if he'll hold just for one moment, please. Yeah, I think we're watching the drawdown on the floor of the number of members who are there. I would like to ask all three of you and Mr. Polis or the entire committee to please come back at the end of the 5-vote series. Mr. Massey, we will take up with the Second Amendment as soon as you come back. So right now, the committee will be coming back pending the call of the chair after the 5th vote.
Thank you.
Tom, I'm sorry. Committee will come to order. Thank you very much. Mr. Massey, thank you very much for coming back to the Rules Committee this evening. I know what we're going to do is continue the discussion now on H.R. 2048, the USA Freedom Act of 2015. And I'm delighted that Mr. Amash has decided to come back also. Thank you very much. I noticed that the gentleman, Mr. Yoder, is back, and thank you for taking time after votes. I also noticed that Mr. Polis, our birthday boy, is interested and has come back also for a discussion amendment. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to finish discussing or introducing this amendment. It's a single amendment, has two operative sections. I've already described the first, won't go back into it. The second operative section prevents the government from forcing, coercing, or otherwise paying companies to put backdoors into their computer software, computer hardware, or other electronic devices so that they can, ostensibly, so that they can spy more easily on people that buy the products. The problem with this sort of policy, since our government has adopted it, is that it endangers American safety when we make the encryption less secure or when we put backdoors in products, because inevitably hackers are going to find these backdoors and exploit them. And we've all seen the problem we've had with hackers and what that does to our security, financial security, safety, and otherwise. The other problem with this practice, if the government's allowed to continue it, is that it compromises domestic software and hardware overseas, and we're already seeing this. It's hurting the American economy, and it's going to keep costing us jobs. And this is a reason we shouldn't put this off, dealing with this, closing this backdoor loophole that the government has exploited. If we put it off, I don't think you can undo the damage that's going to be done to our consumer electronics industry and our software industry. Frankly, it's hurting our domestic suppliers overseas when they try to ship these products overseas. So in any case, I hope you'll find the amendment in order. I hope we'll get a vote on it. Like I said, this improves the bill demonstrably. It passed by 293 to 123 when we voted on it last year. And thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And I want to thank the gentleman for coming back up here, and I apologize that the time frame worked the way it did, but I thank you very much. Mr. Polis, do you wish to speak to the committee?
Yeah, thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, and briefly, I'll reiterate that a number of members didn't have time to submit amendments. This was listed as a suspension bill on Mr. McCarthy's site last week and was changed while a lot of members were in transit. But I was able to get together a few amendments I want to talk about briefly. One of my amendments is with regards to the DEA. I think it's common sense to apply the prohibition on bulk data collection contained within the bill to the Department of Justice. Recently came to light that for 13 years, the Drug Enforcement Administration was engaged in secretive, unwarranted collection of America's communications information. And while the legal authority was dubious, we would clarify that under this to require the DEA make use of a specific selection term when it makes requests for tangible things rather than simply vacuuming up vast amounts of Americans' personal information. This mirrors language in spirit with regard to the underlying bill and assurance that the DOJ has no more ability to engage in bulk data collection than does our nation's intelligence community. I can't imagine that we care about drugs more than our national security. Reverse targeting and enhancement minimization amendments, another two amendments that add safeguards for our civil liberties. One would prohibit under Section 702 of FISA the federal government from engaging in surveillance of a foreign national for the sole purpose of monitoring the communications of American citizens. So again, in effect, if there's a foreign national who talks to American citizens, the standard with regard to American citizens should it be the one that's applied, unless there's a legitimate reason to pursue that foreign national besides the fact that he or she talks to American citizens from time to time. The other, which I co-sponsor with Representative Amash and Pocan, would prohibit the NSA from retaining information it collects pursuant to an overbroad selection term that doesn't meet the requirements of the bill. I'm also joining with Representative Pocan to sponsor an amendment to fix technical error under the bill when a company publicly reports the customer data that they turn over to the NSA. It's unclear if they should report the number of selection terms they use to turn over the information or the actual number of customer accounts affected. So for transparency reasons, I think we can all agree it's important that the actual number of customers affected is more useful than the selection term, which leaves a lot to guesswork. And of course, I also support Representative Yoder's Email Privacy Act, which has the overwhelming support of the House, and this vehicle provides an opportunity to do that. So I'm hoping that while the 3 or 4 hour period where amendments were allowed and submitted was short, I'm hopeful that at least some of these amendments that I brought forth here, along with the others that our colleagues on the panel brought forth, will be forwarded to the full House under this rule for discussion. In particular, the amendments that a broad majority of the House clearly support and that will make this bill a better bill. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. So, one last panelist here. Mr. Yoder, yes, sir, it's you. Mr. Yoder, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee, and I want to appreciate and thank the members of the committee for their work, and I know it carries you late into the night and maybe unappreciated by some of your colleagues, and we're very appreciative of what you do here, and thank you for your steadfast work to sort through all these difficult decisions. Mr. Chairman, I was here a couple of weeks ago on another bill, the cybersecurity bill, and I presented an amendment at that time called the Email Privacy Act. It's an amendment in which all but 2 members of this committee are supportive of, including the chairman and others who agree with the policy. It's a matter of finding germane legislation in which it would move forward. I think this legislation is a much better match than the cybersecurity bill. This is both out of Judiciary Committee, both deal with similar sections of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. Both deal with 18 U.S.C. 2709. Both bills deal with protecting privacy and liberty while allowing law enforcement the ability to do their job. And both bills deal with transparency and notice to folks whose information is being sifted through. Just to highlight remembrance, the 1986 law allows law enforcement in the United States of America to collect, store, read, sift through any digital information that's been stored over 180 days. So that means our constituents who are connecting with iCloud or other third-party servers that store their information for them, that's actually availing them to surveillance by the federal government. You could probably look at this 1986 law as a FISA Court loophole. We can do everything we want in this bill to ensure that the rights of Americans are protected in FISA courts and other areas, but this 1986 law actually allows every government agency just to wait 180 days and then go get the information on their own. This is 263 co-sponsors of this legislation. It's the 3rd most co-sponsored bill. Last time I checked in the United States House, it's a very bipartisan bill. My lead co-sponsor is Jared Polis. It's supported by left groups, right groups, business groups, individual liberty groups. Everyone's sort of united together on this legislation. This is a bill whose time has come, Mr. Chairman. The IRS's position on this is Americans do not have an expectation of privacy in their email boxes. That the 4th Amendment does not apply to digital communication the same way it applies to paper communication. Ask your constituents, do a survey. Almost every American will tell you, I think my digital communication deserves the same 4th Amendment protections as my paper communication, and that's what we're standing here for today, Mr. Chairman. With all due deference to Chairman Goodlatte, I know the committee's diligently working on this legislation, but this is an idea whose time has come. It is entirely germane to this legislation. It will actually help improve the bill. It will actually help the bill pass in greater numbers. And I think it's the kind of thing that this Congress could take credit for solving a big loophole that has been in existence since 1986. I think we all agree that 1986 is a long time, 29 years now, to update this section of our electronic privacy laws. And so I'd ask the committee for due consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all 4 of you not only coming back to the committee, but making yourself available with your ideas. I'll go first to you if I can, Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, it's my understanding that you did come up here a couple weeks ago, and as a result of that, perhaps before, but at least as a result of that, you have been engaged with Mr. Goodlatte in trying to work through the processes, perhaps for a bill. Is that correct?
I believe the committee is continuing to look at the legislation.
And you think Mr. Goodlatte's engaged in this, or you're not sure? You're not trying to help or hurt him.
I'm just saying that the legislation as is has the support of the majority members of the committee, majority members of the U.S. House. It's a companion bill in the Senate that has support by both parties. This bill will pass with 400 votes if it's put on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. And I think this is an opportunity to improve this bill with that legislation.
Good, thank you. Mr. Massey, some of your amendments, while I think they're really awesome, evidently fall within, do not fall within the reauthorization. They're in another section or another title. Is that correct? Do you mind updating the committee on that status?
Sure, I believe, and somebody can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but it'll be 2017 before the FISA Section 02 is up for reauthorization.
When was it last approved or authorized?
I'm not sure when it was, but it was certainly before we understood how the programs were being run. These programs that are ostensibly for foreign intelligence gathering have been used on Americans, and now that we know that, I might guess where the chairman's going with this, but what I would say is that 2 years is too long to wait to fix this problem. And this amendment that I have offered was actually part of the original Freedom Act. And so we know that it has 152 supporters because that was the number of co-sponsors of that. And the amendment also passed by 293 to 123.
Yes, sir. I don't pretend at all not to listen to the content. What I do say is that I spend, as things occur, a lot of time with Jim Sensenbrenner. I consider Jim Sensenbrenner, if not the father or grandfather or whatever from back at Abraham Lincoln, he might say, but to forward to current times. And it's my understanding that Jim Sensenbrenner was a part of the original Freedom Bill, and that he now has not moved forward, but has a revised piece of legislation that is the core part of the bill today. Is that a good way to look at it? Or is that truthful? That Jim is really, of the bill that we're looking at tonight, HR 2048, that this is a lot of Jim's work?
You want to speak to that, Jess?
Yeah, I would say that it's based in large part on the work that Rep. Sensenbrenner and others conducted after the surveillance information came to light.
Became aware.
Yeah, when we became aware of it. However, the bill operates very differently, and I think that instead of preventing bulk collection, it actually authorizes bulk collection for the first time. If you look at the Second Circuit's ruling, a clean reauthorization of the Patriot Act doesn't seem to authorize any bulk collection because they've determined that relevant doesn't mean what the executive branch has been saying it means. Whereas this bill, unlike a clean reauthorization, I'm certainly not advocating for a clean reauthorization, but unlike a clean reauthorization, this bill actually creates an apparatus for very large collection, and it might not be everything, but it's certainly bulk collection, I think, in the minds of most people who understand how it operates.
So then maybe, and I don't know how much time you have to spend with this to really be very good at it, but I would characterize that I think what Jim Sensenbrenner's bill does is what might be a term that Mr. Polish used. It balances, theoretically, security with privacy, the right of the individual. And I'm not trying to give you a soliloquy from my perspective, and I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to effectively understand that Jim Sensenbrenner, a man who I've spent a lot of time with, going back for a long time, you'll recall my father's the former director of the FBI, and engaged in a lot of conversation probably 4 or 5 years ago about the collection of the data when my father openly expressed his opinions about what he believed were problems related to that and the FISA Court and what we were doing. And I have spent a lot of time with Jim. I'm simply saying it's true and correct to say that what you're asking us to do is to go back to Jim's original document, and this could be described as Jim's current document. And you believe that's not an unwarranted statement. I didn't ask you to agree with it, but that could be considered correct.
Right. As I understand it, the current document is the product of taking the original document to the security agencies and asking them what would be copacetic for them, what would work for them. And I think that's sort of turning it on its head a little bit. Their obligation is to keep the country safe, and I'm very grateful for that, and I'm grateful for your father's service. But our obligation here is to respect the Constitution and make sure that the laws we pass respect the Constitution and that the people that implement those laws are following that. And so my concern is that the bill, although that it may have gone more toward the security side after it was revised by the security agencies, that it may have gone too far and left out some things where we could improve on the bill. I'm not saying that his current product is bad. I'm saying we could vastly improve on it with these amendments that we're offering here today.
I think you've been extremely generous with a balanced observation back. I think that what Chairman Sensenbrenner did was give credence to, we better go spend time with these agencies and find out really what the heck they're doing, and then form a understanding around that, including with the law, notwithstanding what the Second Circuit did. And I think the Second Circuit knew we were going to have to deal with this. And an understanding about how law enforcement does use and the needs that they justified within the agency to collect this data. And I think what I'm letting you know is I viewed that Chairman Sensenbrenner was involved in the process of the original bill a year ago, or is that 2 years ago?
Almost 2 years ago.
2 years ago. I was thinking that was correct, 2 years ago. And he has now reinvested a lot of time and effort with Bob Goodlatte, with others, to actually go in and spend time with the agency and to end up with this balance. And I'm trying to make sure I've got it right and would allow each of you to tell me where I got it wrong. You notice I didn't yield to Mr. Hastings. The judge is over there still trying. Well, I'm giving them a chance then to help me out, but that's by and large. I am very concerned about these things, but I also give credence to what my person who has for many years given me lots of good information about how that balance occurs.
If the chairman would.
I would make myself very open to the gentleman from Kentucky to educate me.
Well, I certainly don't seek to do that. The gentleman's very educated on these topics. What I would say or point out is that Representative Sensenbrenner was a sponsor of this amendment, the amendment that I offer here tonight, when we offered it this past summer.
Yes, sir.
And so I can't speak for him, but he must have certainly supported it last summer, and I recognize that the bill we have here is a balance. Maybe it was a compromise toward other people besides Representative Sensenbrenner. I don't know. And I feel uncomfortable speaking without him here.
Fair game. And I hope we're both being tender on that subject because, Jim, I consider a national asset and an asset to freedom. Probably I could use one phone call to my lawyer right now to ask him a question or two about it, but I'm trying to balance this out. And I want to thank each of you for being here. Mr. Mosh, I hope I will open myself up to your interpretation of what I've said, where I may have it slightly wrong, but I'm trying to clarify the issues of what we're trying to do here today, that we would bring some not extraneous, very important issues, but that are in another section or title, that are not up for reauthorization, and then look at the matters that we're also asked to do by Mr. Yoder and certainly Mr. Polis. And I told him, because it's his birthday, I would spend a little bit more time. So I'm trying to just get it right. And I hope every member is doing this in their mind. They're trying to do the calculations of where we are and what we're trying to get at. And I think you were most generous when you did talk about, or Mr. Amash, this is really the first time that we're allowing this in law, this bulk collection, but I think with the rules related to that, to balance it. Mr. Amash?
Right, if I might, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have a lot of respect for Mr. Sensenbrenner, and I've worked extensively with him on this issue. I don't think any of us should rely on the Second Circuit ruling. I don't think we should rely on the court to protect our rights. We have to protect the rights of Americans. It's our duty to follow the Constitution and protect their rights regardless of what a court does. We don't know what the Supreme Court will do, so I think we should do what is right, and that's allow a vote on the original Freedom Act, which operates very differently. What that would do is actually narrow the scope of collection by requiring that it be relevant and material and pertain to the person under investigation, whereas the new Freedom Act would actually create an apparatus for the first time to collect in bulk. Section 215 right now speaks nothing of bulk collection. That was, in my opinion and in the opinion of the Second Circuit, an illegal interpretation by the executive branch, by both the previous administration and this administration. The old Freedom Act, the original Freedom Act, doesn't try to create a new apparatus. It actually tightens up the language so that it has to be relevant and material to be collected, not codifying a new bulk collection system that was never contemplated at the time Section 215 was adopted.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I admire all four of you. I think I'm getting this right in my mind, and I want to thank you. Mr. Cole?
No questions, but I want to echo the chairman's admiration. I appreciate, frankly, all of you participating in this debate. It's really important. And this is one of those ones where there may be differing opinions, but I actually think every voice in the debate is an important voice, because I don't think there's any more important balance than the debate in a democracy between security and liberty. So I appreciate you bringing the amendments to the consideration of the full committee. Frankly, appreciate the work that all of you have done on these issues over the years. It's not the first time you've been here, so thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentlewoman from New York.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you gentlemen as well. Thank you for your hard work. I support putting all the amendments in order. This is terribly important. I don't think there's American that doesn't concern themselves with this, and I think it should be thoroughly debated. So you've got my support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wherever we end up here tonight and then again tomorrow, I would hope that the take-home message is this is a tremendously important issue, and we're nowhere close to finishing talking about it, irrespective of what happens in this committee and irrespective of what happens on the floor of the House. For Pete's sakes, we could do a discharge petition to get Mr. Yoder's bill to the floor. He has so much support, but he hasn't had his day yet. I always vote in favor of 702 reauthorizations because people swear up and down this is only going to affect foreign nationals. And now folks are telling me I have local law enforcement searching through 702 data. Again, to Mr. McGovern's point, some folks swore up and down they would never, ever, ever do, and now folks are doing it. And here with Mr. Amash's amendment, Mr. Jordan's amendment, this is the core of the issue that we've been struggling with, grappling with for years, and it never seems to come to an end. So I know with certainty that no matter what this committee does, we will not have finished this. And I hope that far from being a bill that just passes through on suspension, this is a topic that we come back and revisit to Mr. Massey's point, much closer than a new 2-year authorization away on 702, much closer than a full process that would be required to bring Mr. Yoder's bill, and much more than when's Section 215 going to expire if we reauthorize it this time, Mr. Amash?
I believe it's a 4-year reauthorization under the bill. And someone can correct me if that's not right, but I think that's what it says.
And just to It's not often I get to vote on what I want to vote on, and I keep aspiring to vote on what I want to vote on. But Mr. Mosh, would you say that passing the bill as written is better than reauthorizing 215 as currently written? Is it a step in the right
I think
direction?
that's a difficult question now, because the Second Circuit ruling has thrown a monkey wrench into this thing. But as I said, I don't think we should rely on any court rulings, and we should try to put forward the best product available. My concern is about codifying bulk collection in law when it was never contemplated at the time Section 215 was written.
I thank you. I thank you all. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
No, I want to thank you all for being here. I support all your amendments, and, you know, this is a process committee, and I would hope that we would, I mean, given the short time people were given, as Mr. Polis pointed out, to be notified that there could be amendments, I think we ought to have as open a process as possible. And I have great respect for all the chairmen and chairwomen in the House and all the powers that be, but some of these powers that be brought us the Patriot Act to begin with. And with revelation after revelation, people have kind of adjusted their position. I don't see what's wrong with, you know, as we try to protect liberty, to also make sure we ensure that democracy occurs here as well. That sometimes the members of the House can make their own decisions, and it may be better than what has come out of the committees thus far, what the agreement is. And I think people ought to, I mean, on this issue in particular, given all that we have learned over the years, all that has been abused, and the fact that we learned all this stuff, not because any official came up and told us, but it was all leaked. So, I think we ought to allow the House to work its will, and that's no disrespect to the committee chairs who are up here before testifying, but I would feel a lot better about this process if all of you were able, and Mr. Polis were able to have your day on the floor. So I hope that we have as open a process as possible, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, gentleman. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Birch is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am grateful that these amendments have come before the committee. I think they're thoughtful amendments. I think they deserve our consideration. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman, judge from Florida, Judge Hastings. Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Mr. Polis. Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank all these gentlemen for their time as a co-sponsor of the Yoder bill. I know that we've got to get to that bill, and I hope we get to it here, but we'll keep fighting if we don't. And I think the other gentlemen bring up some really good points. Clearly, our work is not done here, so I don't know where we'll end up on this, but I know that we've got a lot more work to do in the days ahead. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman, George recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, this is something I'm glad we're here, and I've supported the amendment, especially Mr. Massey. We've done this in committee. I think we've worked on this before, even voted last year. I think the issue here is sometimes not an issue of the strategy, what we're wanting to get to, and I think we're going to get there. It's just a matter of tactics, how we get there in this process, and I'm looking forward to that discussion as we go forward. We're wanting the same things. How do we get there? And you're providing that. Ms. Yoder, I'm at a loss. Said it 2 weeks ago. It's time for your bill to be there. I'm ready to see it in committee. I'm ready to see it here. And I know that doesn't sit well with maybe some, but for me, it's something that needs to be. Had a law school professor one time lamented the fact of the Fourth Amendment being dead. I don't agree. I think it's not, and I think we need to continue on, and I appreciate you being here. Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Ms. Byrne. Gentleman does not seek time. I want to thank all four of you for being here and to let you know that you've left us with more than food for thought. And I appreciate not only the time I've seen Mr. Massey and Mr. Mosh come and sit here for hours before, and I gathered that was not to help out their intellectual content with the Rules Committee, but rather an insistence that they knew that they would be here to be heard. And that's the point of what I think this committee is trying to do and trying to get better at it. I want to thank each of you for, and thank you very much. If you'll please make sure anything you have in writing will be left for our awesome stenographer. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you if I didn't say that. The committee now will be prepared to move from H.R. 2048, which, seeing no members that seek time, we will close that section and now move to H.R. 36. The gentleman from Arizona is here representing the bill, Mr. Franks, and the gentleman, Mr. Cohen, the subcommittee ranking member on the Constitution and Civil Justice. And I would ask that the gentleman, Mr. Franks, please join this right now. And I don't know whether the gentleman, Mr. Goodlad, is going to be here or not. Does the gentleman, Mr. Franks, have an idea about whether we would expect the chairman of the Judiciary Committee? Okay, well, I'm going to, I think I've been advised that we do not anticipate that the gentleman, Mr. Goodlad, was here. He was here for a couple hours earlier today. So I would want, perhaps he believes in a little bit of balance in his life. I want to thank both you. I think both of you have been to the committee before, and you know that we count on your expert testimony. We appreciate you being here. Both of you are welcome before this committee. And once again, anything that you have in writing that you can enter into the record would be awesome for us. And the gentleman from Arizona is now recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the sake of all those who founded and this nation and dreamed of what America could someday be, and for the sake of all those since then who have died in darkness so Americans could walk in the light of freedom, it is very important that those of us who are privileged to be members of this United States Congress pause from time to time and remind ourselves of why we are really all here. Thomas Jefferson, whose words marked the beginning of this nation, said, "The care of human life and its happiness, and not its destruction, is the chief and only object of good government." The phrase in the 15th Amendment capsulizes our entire Constitution. It says, "No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." And the 14th Amendment says, "No state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Mr. Chairman, protecting the lives of all Americans and their constitutional rights, especially those who cannot protect themselves, is why we are all here. And yet today, Mr. Chairman, a great shadow looms over our country. More than 18,000 very late-term abortions are occurring in America every year, placing the mothers at exponentially greater risk and subjecting their little pain-capable babies to torture and death without anesthesia or federal protection of any kind. This in the land of the free and the home of the brave. It is the greatest single human rights atrocity in the United States today. The biggest hurdle to H.R. 36 is that its opponents have tried to deny that these little babies feel pain at all, as if somehow the ability to feel pain magically develops instantaneously as a child passes through the birth canal. This is a level of ignorance that might have been excused in earlier eras of human history. But the evidence today is extensive and irrefutable. Late-term unborn children have the capacity to experience pain by at least 20 weeks and very likely substantially earlier. This information is available at paincapable.com, and I would encourage all committee members, their staff, and members of the press to review this site to get the current evidence on the pain unborn babies feel. Now, Mr. Chairman, I am so deeply grateful to all of those who have worked so hard to create and develop the Pain Capable Unborn Child Protection Act now before you. This bipartisan proposal has more than 180 sponsors and is substantially stronger than the original bill. It places the focus back upon protecting mothers and their innocent little pain-capable babies from the beginning of the 6th month until birth. So, Mr. Chairman, protecting pain-capable unborn children and their mothers is really not a Republican issue, and it's not a Democrat issue. It is a test of our basic humanity
and who we are as a human family. And it is time for all Americans to open our eyes and our hearts to the humanity of these little babies and the inhumanity of what is being done to them. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back and be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. French. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Only a month or 2 or 3 months ago, I guess it was January, it's been a while, we were here on a similar bill. And the bill was pulled because there was quite a few members of the Republican caucus, particularly female members, who thought the bill went too far in its efforts to restrict Roe v. Wade and restrict a woman's choice. Roe v. Wade decision was a watershed in the protection of fundamental rights, not only of women to choose whether or not to terminate pregnancy, but all Americans to be free of unwarranted government interference.
Thank you. In their most personal life decisions. This H.R. 36 is a direct attack on those rights, and that's the reason that I believe the bill was pulled last time from a vote in January. It's patently unconstitutional, shows utter disregard for women's life and health, and endangers health care providers, and at the same time fails to protect rape and incest victims. The last time we were here, the concern about rape and incest victims is what I think led quite a few moderate and female and male also Republicans to oppose the bill. It's been amended some, but not nearly as much as it should be, nor as much as I believe they thought it should be. H.R. 36 bans all abortions beginning at 20 weeks from fertilization, subjecting any person that would perform such a procedure to a fine of up to 5 years in prison or both. The fact is, the Supreme Court recognizes 24 weeks as the period of viability, and up to the time a fetus is viable, a woman has a right under Roe v. Wade and the law in this country to go and seek an abortion, and she only has to make that decision on her own, with her family possibly, with her physician's advice, or with her clergy person, whatever she should choose. And yet this would cut it to 20 weeks, so it's patently unconstitutional. The whole idea of pain is not something that's recognized in the Supreme Court. Its viability is the issue, not pain, and I don't know about paincapable.com, but that's not what the issue is. The bill has exceedingly narrow exceptions to its abortion limitations. One for cases when a physical condition threatens a pregnant woman's life. One for cases of adult rape that is subject to stringent conditions, and one for rape or incest against a minor only if the crime has been reported to the authorities. So the minor has to report the rape or incest to authorities and be known to have been victimized by a family member or by some other individual in a forceful and unlawful manner. H.R. 36 represents a direct challenge to Roe and a woman's constitutional right to choose whether or not to carry a pregnancy. Roe has been the law of the United States since 1973, and it made clear that prior to a point of a fetus's viability, a pregnant woman has a constitutional right to determine whether to continue that pregnancy. It is acknowledged generally that viability does not begin until around 24 weeks after fertilization. Therefore, by banning pre-viability abortions, this bill will impermissibly narrow the window within which a woman may exercise her constitutional right to terminate that pregnancy. Clearly, H.R. 36, if it is upheld as constitutional, which I can't believe, it would overrule Roe. H.R. 36 would be unconstitutional for the additional reason that it lacks an exception for a woman's health. Roe made it clear that such an exception is required. There must be an exception for the woman's health or her life. The bill contains an exception only for cases when the pregnant woman's life is endangered by a physical disorder, injury, or illness, not for any other reason. The exception specifically does not include life-threatening psychological or emotional conditions, including suicidal thoughts, and does not cover even severe threats to the woman's health. In addition, the substitute amendment will not cure the bill's fundamental flaws and only serves to add to them. For instance, the incest exception remains available only for minors. This limitation is nonsensical. Under this bill, if an incest victim is 18, she'd be unable to obtain an abortion for pregnancy resulting from incest. But if she was 17 and 363 days, she could. And what the difference is in the number of months, days, or years of life
should not be the issue. The issue should be the parties involved in the intercourse that produced the fetus, and whether it's a family member. And this is an insult to all victims of incest, that an adult victim of incest could not get an abortion, and that the minor would have to report it, which would be a very difficult thing to do. I'm not alone in thinking this. According to The Hill, my Republican colleague, Representative Renee Elmers, told the National Journal last month that incest is incest. There can't really be a cutoff age. And there can't be. It just makes no sense. If a 19-year-old woman has pregnancy the result of her brother, father, cousin, grandfather, whatever, they should have as much right to terminate that pregnancy as the 17-year-old, 11-month, 29-day-old sister. The newly revised rape exception also remains troubling. The rape exception now requires an adult woman needing an abortion after having been raped have to obtain counseling or medical treatment at least 48 hours before getting the abortion. And doctors who perform an abortion under this exception must document such counseling or treatment, in essence a 48-hour federal waiting period, and mandated counseling or medical treatment. This requirement does not specify whether the treatment or counseling must be for a physical condition. If it's for a physical condition, it might be suggesting that the woman can't be trusted and there needs to be an observation and treatment and a medical examination to see if the lady was in fact raped. But medical includes psychiatric. And it's more likely that the woman would need psychiatric help, and the question is, would that suffice? And if it suffices, then you don't have the proof that I would suggest that the amendment is begging for in not trusting the woman to be honest. But psychiatry and physical exams are different. Both are medical. Worse still, the counseling or medical treatment cannot be provided by any facility that also performs abortions, except when that facility is a hospital. So if a woman visits a regular doctor after a rape for medical treatment, and that doctor, or even a doctor of the same practice, also happens to provide abortion service, the entire practice cannot provide the counseling or medical treatment that the rape exception requires. Additionally, the reporting requirement remains for rape victims who are minors. The minor, to get an abortion, has to report the rape and be known in the community as somebody who's been victimized. An additional crime to the young minor. Another new requirement added to the bill threatens abortion provider safety by making public the location where an abortion is provided under one of the bill's exceptions with no protection for the doctor's identity. And given the tragic history of violence or terrorism, which we all know about, it's been against abortion providers, unfortunately in this nation we've seen it, not to mention routine intimidation and harassment of such providers and their patients, this is a frightening proposal and putting people's lives indeed at risk. Finally, H.R. 36 endangers women's health and represents inappropriate political interference in their health care decisions. In addition to further calling into question H.R. 36's constitutionality, the lack of the health exception potentially places women's health at grave risk. Most abortions performed after 20 weeks are done so for medical reasons, including cases where no medical treatment can save the fetus. Oftentimes, such conditions are not able to be confirmed until after the 20th week. H.R. 36 would force a woman to carry a fetus even when doing so would cause serious, long-lasting health problems for her. Complications for pregnancy include various heart disorders, kidney disease, pulmonary hypertension, and certain cancers. The limited nature of the life exception and the lack of a health exception are both morally and constitutionally questionable, if not wrong. In sum, H.R. 36 endangers women's health, fails to protect rape victims, threatens the safety of abortion providers, makes an illogical delineation between the 18th birthday of an incest victim, and is unconstitutional on its face. This is why the administration issued a statement of administration policy opposing H.R. 36 as introduced and threatened to veto it again. I urge strong opposition to this bill for the reasons cited above and appreciate the committee.
Mr. Cohen, thank you very much. Mr. Franks, the discussions that both of you had with us tonight allow each of us a chance to think through in our own minds the issue. I believe that given your legislation, it will allow health officials, doctors, people who, nurses, people who are in the, who might be offering health-related services, psychological, physiological, any of the things which could take place that would be necessary, would allow them to operate well within the confines of the law, for them to understand advice and consent to a woman who might find herself in such a circumstance. I find that your bill, I believe, is a balance between the law of the land, and the law of a child. And I believe that it is important to balance that side of the equation also. I don't need to go through my own personal circumstances. I don't need to tell people what I believe is right or wrong. What I believe is that I believe your bill balances the interests that I believe would be essential in this society. And I want to thank you for bringing your bill. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank our colleagues for being here today. This is obviously a very emotional issue for all of us. Before I give my remarks on the legislation, Mr. Chairman, I do want to recognize that I have some guests here tonight. We've been going in and out, and I apologize to the members, but Kathy and Rudy Cook are here with their son David, who's a former intern of mine, and they've been trying to make this trip for several years, and I'm delighted to have them here in the Rules Committee tonight with this extremely important bill before us. I want to thank particularly my colleague from Arizona who always makes such eloquent statements, not just on this issue, but on all issues, but particularly on the life issues. It's obvious that he feels very strongly about this, and I thank him. The other side of this debate can make wild claims about our intent or actions, but the truth is that this is and always has been about a very specific issue: protection for the lives of children who've been in the womb for 20 weeks or longer. There's been testimony before Congress that these children feel pain. These well-developed children rightly receive anesthesia and state-of-the-art care when receiving surgery in the womb. Knowing that, how can we turn a blind eye to their pain while being dismembered during late-term abortions? The Franks Amendment would strengthen the legislation before us by ensuring that abortions performed after 20 weeks are done with a doctor present to provide care and transport the child to a hospital in the event that he or she is born alive. This is crucial in light of the recent New York Times report that 25% of children born prematurely at this stage of pregnancy covered by the legislation survive. The consensus of a majority of Americans that these late-term abortions should cease. In the interest of ensuring this legislation advances without extraneous contentious provisions, the Franks Amendment updates the procedures for exemptions to the ban to include medical providers and provides protections for minors who are victims of sexual assault. These are common sense provisions that protect the privacy of women and ensure that the law is effective in meeting our intent of protecting unborn children who can currently be aborted at any point during the 9 months of pregnancy. The objections raised to this legislation are the same tired objections that are raised to any legislation that protects unborn life. Unfortunately for those raising the objections, the majority of Americans consider themselves pro-life, and an even greater majority believe that this legislation banning abortion after 20 weeks is a common sense step that recognizes the humanity of children with fingers and toes who feel pain when being killed. I've mentioned the tired objections that pro-abortion forces raise in these debates, and that certainly applies to the one about incest between adults. Let me be clear. If a woman is sexually assaulted and that leads to a pregnancy, there's a rape exception in this legislation. That applies regardless of the family status of her aggressor or whether she is 17 or 18. As the legislation includes an exception for all women who are sexually assaulted, the amendment that's been offered is a shameful distraction from the important debate we're having about protecting well-developed unborn children from being ripped apart in the womb. Finally, since this debate frequently becomes about the rights of women, I want to ensure that the rights of all women are considered in this debate. That includes the 50% of unborn children who are female, who are often more likely to be aborted because of sex selection. Let us not forget them when we debate this consensus legislation to take an achievable step in the defense of our most vulnerable children. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlewoman, for comments, and I associate myself with what I believe is a balance. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
You know, this makes me so sad. I don't know how many of you have talked to women who've had late-term abortions. The law does not allow an abortion anytime anybody wants one. I'm so tired of hearing that. It simply is not true. State has an interest after quickening, as Mr. Coyne pointed out. Late-term abortions are performed on women whose fetuses have died and oftentimes are poisoning them, who are so severely handicapped and disabled that they couldn't possibly live. I've heard a woman who told me that her child, that she kept feeling seizures, and it was her first child, which she desperately wanted. And she thought those seizures were moving of the child, but it turned out to be that they were brain spasms because the brain was not present and working well. Many women have the third-term abortion because that preserves their reproductive system so that they can have more children. For heaven's sakes, can't we leave decisions like that to doctors? Do we have to pass a law every time to say a woman is not capable of making a decision for herself? That only men in blue suits and red ties or whatever everybody's wearing is going to decide what that woman is going to do, regardless of the law. This bill is unconstitutional, Mr. Franks. You, as much as say that women who do have a late-term abortion have committed murder. Is that your feeling? You call it a child, we call it a fetus, it hasn't breathed. Are you saying that they have murdered a person? And if so, do you not have to charge them with murder? And if they are really a person from conception, are they not born at 9 months old? Have you thought through those things? What do you have to say about it?
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing in the bill.
You can direct that to me, because that's what I'd like to. There may not be anything in the bill about that, but those are logical questions, don't you think?
There's nothing in the bill that creates any penalty for the mother, and of course, you know there are.
Who's the penalty on, the doctor?
Yes.
And what happens to the doctor?
I think that there's a potential prison term and fines. And the
loss of license, I'm sure.
It could lead to that, I'm sure.
Because they made a medical decision to save the life of the woman.
But you mentioned about the 9 months, born 9 months old. There are certain societies that hold you to be 9 months old when you're born.
And we consider them to be really enlightened, do we? What societies are those?
Well, they at least protect late-term babies. Even China does that.
Apparently, you didn't hear a word I said.
Maybe I didn't.
That the late-term abortions are performed as medical necessities.
If there's anything that is dangerous to the life of the mother, there's an exception in the language to deal with that. But there's a significant portion of late-term abortions, and I think we might have some numbers on that somewhere here.
Well, maybe you do, but look,
there's
this
a
is
significant
unconstitutional.
majority of abortions done at that age are not.
But I think what you've done to children who are victims of incest is totally unconscionable. I can't believe that. You know, one of the reasons that rape is the most underreported crime in America is because of the nonsense. Now, you have all these reports that doctors have to make. To whom do they report?
Just to try to take your questions one at a time, there's no reason that a pain-capable child in the 9th month of pregnancy should be subjected to an abortion just because his or her parents chose.
They're not.
Relationship.
Mr. Franks, you can
If an
rest
adult
easy
woman
about
does
that.
not give consent in the case of incest, then she's clearly covered, as Ms. Fox said, by the rape incest exception. Or the rape
If she does not give
she does
consent
not
to
give consent,
incest,
then she's covered by the rape exception.
how about the doctor's report? Where does that report go from he or she?
Well,
Who keeps that report? Are the abortion police going to go into doctors' offices and rummage through the records of these patients and see if they've had an abortion?
no,
See what they
any reporting is totally non-identifying in nature. Now, in the case of the
But where
minor,
does the report go? Who keeps it?
in the case of the minor, well, this would be the National Center for Health Statistics that issue an annual statistical report without personally identifying information, and that provides statistical information about.
Have you
abortion.
talked to them about this?
No, ma'am.
You know, it boggles the mind. I've had this debate forever. It seems that the whole notion is that women simply can't make up decisions, they're not to be trusted. And that the law, how about vasectomies? What about, have you thought about that? That maybe men should not be allowed to have vasectomies during their childbearing years, which I imagine are, what, something about 50 years or so? Have you thought about that? Or is it just women?
Well,
It's just
failing to
women and
understand
girls,
the
isn't it?
connection. It's important to keep in mind that for the first 5 months, this bill doesn't protect the children in any way. This simply says that once the child reaches the beginning of the 6th month, and that's the time when almost any reputable doctor knows that these babies feel pain, some of them survive at that age.
They're not saying that. I've not heard science say anything.
Well, I hope you'll go on paincapable.com.
Because none of us want to cause that. Mothers, having a baby is a very nurturing thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it might be good if men could carry babies and then have some idea then maybe of what it's like.
You're probably
what
right
you
on
go
that point.
through. But women, by nature, are very caring.
Yes, ma'am.
And they talk to that baby all the time. The constant thought is always of what that baby's going to be, what its life is going to be. And to torture women who know that the fetus that they're carrying is suffering pain, that may again be causing serious problem to her reproductive system so that she can't have further children, seems to me to be cruel. And I don't want to sit in judgment on people who believe yes or no. Nope, if people don't agree with me on that, that's fine. They have every right to do that.
But if only
But
the child
I
got a
just
say
really,
in
I
that.
just wish to goodness that we could have some real doctors that do abortions, OBGYNs, talk to them about it.
We
I've
did,
done that.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Slaughter, we did have a doctor that does abortions and
One.
testify. And of course, there have been a number of doctors that have
I
done
think
that.
I could
It
get
changed
you
their mind
100 that would
completely.
tell you something different.
I'm sorry?
I could tell you an awful lot, and I know an awful lot who have had the anguish along with the parents who are losing a child by a third trimester abortion.
Ms. Slaughter, the last thing
It's not an easy thing to get, and it is, this punishment of them, I think, is awful.
There's
I
no
yield back.
punishment to the mother in the bill.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Appreciate the thinking there. Gentlemen, does any Republican seek time? Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Fox referenced a recent study that said 22 to 24% of children born at 22 weeks gestation, which is 20 weeks post-conception, in fact, may survive. There was a study done in the New England Journal of Medicine last week. The purpose of the study was not to reassess the gestational age of early survivability. It was to examine variability between hospitals. But one of the facts uncovered was that if a child born at 22 weeks gestation, 20 weeks post-conception age, is actively treated, The survival rate is, as Dr. Fox pointed out, approaches 25%. That's relatively new information. It pushes the whole concept of viability to an earlier gestational age than that was contemplated by the Supreme Court 40 years ago. And I have a copy of the paper, and I just wanted to make that available for the record. And I yield back.
I appreciate that. Please let the record note that Dr. Burgess served as a OB-GYN with some 25-year practice in Texas, delivered thousands of children, and cares very much about his job and what he was specifically chosen to do to give life, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is there any Democrat that seeks time? Gentleman from Massachusetts.
No, I just want the record to reflect that I oppose the bill, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of our ranking member, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Is there any other Democrat that would seek time? I see, gentleman, Mr. Cohen, do you seek time?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I'd just like to make clear, there's a distinction between incest and rape. You can have a child born through incest that's not a product of rape, and still, if impregnated, the woman may still want an abortion. And so all of what we've heard here about, well, there's a rape exception, I think that's what the Vice Chair mentioned, that's not relevant with incest. It's not relevant at all. Incest is simply intercourse between people who cannot legally get married because they're related to a certain degree. And the study in the New York Times showed that 22-week-old babies did not survive without medical intervention, and in the 78 cases they studied, these were the 22-week-old babies, 18 survived, and by the time they were young toddlers, 7 did not have moderate or severe impairments. Only 7, less than 10%. 6 had serious problems such as blindness, deafness, or severe cerebral palsy. The study showed that in general, those born at 23 weeks of gestation should be considered potentially viable because more than a quarter survive when treated intensively. And the report said nothing helps babies born at less than 22 weeks to survive. It would seem to me, and I understand Mr. Franks, he's a wonderful gentleman, and we have a good relationship on our committee. We differ on our perspectives, but he's a gentleman. And so many of the members on this committee are my friends. We have a difference of opinion on this. But it just makes no sense to me why, if you want to have a bill, come with a bill at 22 or 23 weeks. At least you've got something you can argue with science instead of something that is blatantly unconstitutional. And use the term about pain, which I just Snopes.com'd it, and Snopes.com basically says fetus doesn't feel pain, and make that the issue. The issue at law is not pain, it's viability. So challenge the 23 weeks instead of 24 weeks, but don't come with something that's blatantly unconstitutional. It's blatantly unconstitutional. We are lawmakers. We are not physicians.
Some of us are.
Well, we are, but that's not our job here.
Well, I'm just suggesting to say.
I'm a lawyer, but my job's not to be a lawyer, it's to make law.
Physicians would be partially a debatable subject.
I would like to, if it's all right, there's a large group of associations that oppose H.R. 36 and submit this for the record, but includes the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American Medical Women's Association, the American Nurses Association, American Psychological Association, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. That'll be into the record. Thank you very much. I want to thank both of our witnesses for being here tonight, and would encourage them to please leave their statements and the submission of the article that the gentleman has asked to be entered in the record. And I want to thank you for taking time to be with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This now closes the hearing portion of H.R. 36. Previously, we had concluded H.R. 1735, H.R. 2048, and now H.R. 36. The chairman would announce that the time is approximately 7:46 or so. 8:46. I'm sorry. I can almost come up with, when you're in God's time, Central Time, that happens. and that we are going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll be back at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Okay, can you guys head off into my office? bet. Rules Committee will come to order. Thank you very much for the recess. The chairman will now be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Grand Park Community, North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a rule providing for consideration of H.R. 1735, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2016. The rule provides 1 hour general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that no further consideration of the bill shall be in order except pursuant to a subsequent order of the House. Section 2 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 36, the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or the respective designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 3 of the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2048, the USA Freedom Act of 2015, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill, as amended, shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Finally, Section 4 of the rule provides that it shall be in order at any time on the legislative day of May 14, 2015, or May 15, 2015, for the Speaker to entertain motions that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15.
You now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina. The chairman does recognize that the ranking member has not had an opportunity yet to arrive. The chairman would ask if we would proceed or wait.
I think we're ready to proceed.
We will proceed. Is there
If I'm wrong, I'll get yelled at, but.
Well,
But at this hour, I think we ought to.
I refer all that to Hugh Halpern, so I don't worry about it.
I want to go ahead without you.
Oh, Jim.
You want to do this? Separate.
So we are at the point where we have now read the motion.
Uh-huh.
And we're at the point where
Everybody understands it?
I've asked, why don't we give that to Ms. Fox and let her give a brief description
Okay.
of the motion.
Well, this bill, I mean, the rule will do what I said in a suspension.
Okay, well,
Suspension
moved.
authority, I'm going to explain. Suspension authority for the end of the week, general debate for NDAA, closed rule for unborn pain, and USA Freedom.
So we're now open
amendment?
to amendment or discussion. Gentlewoman from New York's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move we split this resolution into three. One resolution for each bill so that members can debate and vote on each of these weighty ideas individually. I believe that each of the measures is important on its own. Each of them deserves its own rule. Forcing together these three completely unrelated measures distorts our deliberations and leads to confused and jumbled debate on the floor of the House. I support the rule that allows us to begin deliberation on reauthorizing the Department of Defense, but I am offended by the deem and pass rule that brings up an unconstitutional proposal to deprive women of the ability to make their own medical decisions. One of them is deeply offensive and one of them may make sense, so why are they in the same resolution? It's not the way we should be doing business here, and it didn't used to be. I think it dishonors the importance of the Rules Committee and its jurisdiction, and I urge a yes vote on my motion.
You've now heard the member from the gentlewoman from New York. Is there further discussion?
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman,
While it is,
is recognized.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. While it is not unprecedented to have multiple measures in a resolution, it seems that we are falling into a pattern of doing that a great deal more. I haven't asked our staff to learn how many of these we are doing. I certainly support the ranking members' request with reference to this particular measure, but I'm concerned that we should not make this a continuing pattern of having totally unrelated measures placed in one resolution.
Yes, sir. Further discussion. Vote will now be on the amendment from the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Roll call.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Yes. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that we report an open rule for H.R. 2048 so that all members have an opportunity to offer amendments on the floor. The H.R. 2048 is the U.S. Freedom Act. We've had some very strong testimony here with some good ideas that I think all deserve to be heard on the floor. But beyond that, as Mr. Polis pointed out, I think a lot of members were a little bit confused because they were under the impression that this was going to come up as a suspension and they wouldn't have an opportunity to offer amendments, and then people found out that amendments would be could potentially be offered when people were on travel, and not that it would make any difference because everybody was locked out of offering an amendment. But on this issue in particular, I think Congress has got it wrong on so many occasions, going back to the Patriot Act, that I think all members should have the opportunity to offer their point of view and let the House decide its will, and I would urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment.
I appreciate the gentleman's words, and from my perspective, it's hard to disagree with what you said about the process and proper notice. And I do agree with that. The relevance of this and the reality is that the administration strongly supports passage of H.R. 2048. Our Republican colleagues, our Democrat colleagues, who in fact spent a lot of time on this, believe that they refined and brought to the committee a bill that would be bipartisan, one which was well-worked and one which represented balance to the intelligence as well as law enforcement community. And as a result of that, I would offer to the committee a counterbalance of why they would could faithfully vote no on this.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, with all due respect, I mean, the previous incarnations of legislation dealing with surveillance issues, you know, when they were brought before the Rules Committee, it was always said that the administration supported it and that the leadership and Republicans and Democrats supported it, and it turned out that we saw how it was all abused. And so it doesn't matter to me whether this administration or the previous administration supports this. It does matter to me that that we get it right, and I think that not allowing people to have amendments on this bill doesn't give me great confidence that we will get it right. So I would urge an aye vote, and hope my colleagues will vote yes.
I appreciate the gentleman. What I would offer back as some counter, because we are able to deal with this tonight very well some very difficult issues, is that in my questioning of our witnesses, I do believe that one of the amendments of what we were asked to look at was old work, not including what we have learned as the problem. So I'm not really trying to engage a longer discussion. I'm trying to say I did go in and try and vet that issue, and I appreciate the gentleman.
Yeah, and I just would say, my last comment is, I don't think we learned enough, and that's why I think we ought to have an open process on
Yes,
this.
sir. Yes, sir. Okay, further discussion. We'll now vote on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. No votes have it,
for roll
no.
call, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter? Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? See none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman, Vice Chairman of the Committee, Mrs. Fox. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Roll call.
The ayes have it. Roll calls requested.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter? Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings?
No.
Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
The amendment, the motion is agreed to, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the Vice Chair of the Committee, will be handling this for the Republicans. And the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter, will be handling this for Democrats. I would like to advise the committee that we will meet tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. I want to thank everybody for their hard work, and as the old saying goes, welcome back. We've now completed our work for the day.